Remote over there. Are you remote?
No. Good evening and welcome to the Select Board meeting called here on Tuesday, December 2nd, being past 6:00 p.m. I will call the meeting to order. Just to note that pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, this meeting will be conducted in person and via remote means in accordance with applicable law. This means that members of the public body, as well as members of the public, may access this meeting in person or via virtual means. In-person attendance will be at the location listed at the top of this agenda, and it is possible that some or all members of the public body may attend remotely with in-person attendance consisting of members of the public. This meeting may be accessed remotely via the Microsoft Teams meeting link that was included on the properly posted agenda. When required by law or allowed by the chair, persons wishing to provide public comment or otherwise participate in the meeting may do so by in-person attendance or by accessing the meeting remotely as noted above. Additionally, the meeting will be broadcast live in real time via Verizon Channel 28 and Charter Channel 192 or via Westborough TV's online platforms at westboroughTV.org and youtube.com/Westborough TV. At this point, I'd ask all that are able to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I will now open it up to open forum. Is there anybody here in the audience here for open forum? If not, is there anybody on the Teams meeting that wishes to speak in open forum?
Are you going to take the hearing for the cemetery something?
Yep, that will be at 6:15. That's a public hearing, so we'll allow for public speaking. Perfect, thank you. Okay, seeing nobody on the Teams meeting for open forum, I will move forward with the item number 2 on our agenda, which is a classification plan amendment for the fire department. Chief Purcell.
Good evening, Patrick Purcell, serving as your fire chief. I'm here before you tonight to request an amendment to the classification plan for the number of employees that are currently hired at the fire department. Currently, we have 49 sworn members on the fire side. One of those members has recently gone on active duty assignment effective October 27th. Originally, when I was notified in writing, he was going to be gone for 5 to 6 months and then return. And the day before he was scheduled to leave, he was advised that he would be gone to a specialty training beyond the training he's leaving for now for approximately 881 days. That puts somewhere between 2.5 and 3 years from the date of his deployment of going active duty. Based on having that information, and really what I have to give you is I'll give you all the facts and data. A lot of the things that we could talk about are guessing, like what happens when he comes back, what happens if he comes back early. There's a whole bunch of things we could speculate about, but as far as fact and data, right now I'm looking at an 881-day deployment. I'm looking at that person that's gone for that long can't come back and go to work the next day. They'll need to be retrained, reoriented, go through policies, procedures. He's a paramedic. He's probably going to have to recertify his paramedic license when he comes back. So I would probably guess if he's back at the 881 mark, which is in March of 2028, I believe, that he would also need at least a couple of months to get up and going, which would be typical for a new employee. So we have worked on the funding of that position. So under USERA laws, we have to hold his position for 5 years. He gets a net of compensation for at least 1 year, perhaps even 2, at the discretion of the town manager and how that would be structured. Looking at the compensation that he had this year, based on the information we have about potentially what he's going to be paid, it left us with enough money to fund the position for the rest of this year. We will, in fiscal year '26, probably have about a $11,000 to $12,000 deficit, which we'd have to make up to keep that person on board. But really, the department just can't operate, like the amount of benefit time that per employee would suggest to you that it's an automatic overtime fill every single day based on that person being on active duty. So I think it's not only financial good plan to replace that person now, I think it's also operationally a good plan because we won't be promoting burnout and be forced to fill overtime every single day. And I think tonight is where I'm seeking your permission to add to that one position on a department. I know there's a lot of hypotheticals, which I probably can't answer, like, well, what happens if the person comes back early? I don't know how that would happen. If they were coming back early, it would probably be for a reason, physical, mental, some other reason, where depending on what those are, could be prohibited from coming back to this occupation. I have no idea what would happen in those cases. I do have a plan potentially if when he does come back. I mean, if we're not in a position to maintain that person, then I know that we have already had people notified per their contract that in the next fiscal year they intend to retire. So we will have people dropping off. But other than that, that's really all of the facts and data that I have. I ask for your support in supporting that position.
Great, thanks, Chief. I will open it up, just so I'm clear, I think in some of the stuff we have, so basically the amendment to the classification plan is increasing the number of authorized firefighters by one, which would go from 35 to 36 positions in that level. I mean, you mentioned 49 total, but we're really looking to change to be in the firefighter
line.
paramedic line,
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Questions from the board or comments?
Yeah, if I may?
Yep.
Great. Thank you for bringing this to us. You mentioned the salary 1 year versus 2 at the town manager's discretion. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. Contractually, so we are, well, there's the USERA law that we follow for the active duty or deployment of all military personnel. Within the firefighters union contract, it says that they're entitled to a net of their salary. So whatever they make for the military versus what they make here, the net of those is what we pay. That is guaranteed per their contract for a year. And after the year, they have to request the funding for year 2 through the town. And the way that the disbursement of those funds, of the salary is going forward in the contract says that it's structured by the town manager.
So it's possible, sorry, Chief, so it's possible that at year 2, this individual could request that net difference, and it could be extended for a maximum of that second year.
Yes, so we are definitely paying for year 1.
Yep.
We are likely paying for year 2, and we are not paying for 3, 4, or 5.
Okay.
But we have to hold the job for 5.
And why do you say we would likely pay for year 2?
So so the contract varies slightly compared to the law, and the law says 2, where a contract is different. So
Okay.
I would suggest.
So the law actually says 2?
Yeah, the law
But the contract prevails.
Yeah. Contract
The contract
prevails.
does prevail.
Okay, yep, okay.
So it's really up to.
Yeah,
the town.
okay, so but 5 years is sort of is that a federal law?
That's the
USERA?
USERA law, yes.
Okay, I wasn't familiar with that, okay. And, I don't know, I had another question and it escapes me.
I think one of the things, I'm assuming you're asking the question about the second year related to the additional cost. And I think one of the things that we've noted when other folks have gone on to military leave, that often there's a change in pay related to some sort of type of promotion, whether it be rank or assignment or things. So in terms of understanding that additional number, that's something that they'll keep us abreast of by sending us pay information on a routine basis. And then it'd be something that we would be able to look at prior to the fiscal 27 or prior to the town meeting for fiscal 27 budget.
Just to expand on that, also, one thing is we drilled down on a number for today, to talk to you today, but that number is gonna flex. We don't know where Manny D'Souza is gonna get promoted to the military, what's gonna happen to his pay there, up, down, what's gonna happen there. That's like throwing a dart at a moving target in reality. So we know a number for today, but beyond that, we think we're close. But
And you mentioned you feel like for FY '26, you have enough to cover this estimated net difference plus a new firefighter, but your difference is in the area of about 11 grand.
yes,
Okay.
That's the 27. This year it's like
This year it's about 2,200.
20, just over 2,200.
Okay,
this year.
maybe, did I miss that
She
in
asked
our
for this year.
packet?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that in the packet.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was in an
Oh.
email and.
Oh,
there's a
okay.
copy
I
of it.
didn't see
It was a late email we got, so.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Yeah, it's for fiscal 2026, it's about 2,000, estimated about 2,245.
It's here.
Next year.
I'm
which will
sorry,
go-
that's probably not clearly stated. That's what will be remaining. That'll be unexpended based on the way we're projecting right now. It's not consistent between the way it's in the two tables. So the first year, we expect that there's about $2,200 that remains available, unexpended wage related
After
to
the,
this.
after the
Yeah.
related hire.
Then when you jump down to 27, the additional amount we expect to budget would be just shy of $12,000. So this year it's covered. We don't anticipate the need for a transfer, any sort of budget adjustment. Next year, we would look to build an additional amount into the budget to cover
Thank
that.
you. Okay, thanks.
again, back to unknowns. We don't know who we're going to hire yet. There are things in the contract where they could
Sure.
get more or less.
Yep.
So we really just don't have a
We were pretty conservative in building this. We took somebody who was coming in with a paramedic level, a bachelor's degree. So we tried to account for somebody who might come in on the higher end of what they're eligible for contractual benefits.
Understood. And how long has firefighter D'Souza been with the town?
4 years,
Okay.
I believe. About 4 years.
Thank you.
No, here's what not a factor of that, and this is me speculating. I don't think that they changed his orders at the last minute of the 881 to specially train them, to get them trained up to a special level to send them right back. So that's why I'm playing the long game here.
Yeah. It's
to be
interesting.
honest.
Yep. Mark?
Yeah, so you asked some of the same questions I had. How often does this come up? I mean, have
So I've
you
had,
dealt with this in the past?
I have 9 veterans. I've never had one deployed this long. Usually it's 6 months on average. This is 6 months. I just had 2 people come back one from Iraq and
So
one
there's-
from Djibouti, Africa.
There's no precedent as far as how the town has handled this in the past. Okay.
Well, but we, in terms of adding the additional position, yes, that's correct. But the contract language is very specific that we have to follow.
No, I have no problem covering the salary. I would encourage us to cover the second year, and actually, my question is, can we cover the entire duration? Because I
No.
feel like
Not for
We-
the contract.
we can or we won't.
It's not in the
It's not
contract.
how it's
Okay,
written.
so we can't.
Yeah.
It's actually in the law also.
Well, I would like to change that, but that's okay. I guess
You're sitting at the wrong table for
well, I guess we save some money there, but all right. And then as far as because we don't know what Manny D'Souza's salary is going to be next year, but we do know what it would be for us.
We do not. We're in contract negotiations right now.
Okay. All right.
Good. Other questions, comments?
Yeah, Chief, thank you for bringing this forward. Really great to hear that we have an individual who's willing to serve in our military and that there's accommodations for him through the town and through the government, federal government. My question is, Shelby asked most of mine, but I did have one because I do want to make sure that we have captured all of the logic of doing this. You had written in a letter to the town manager a point around the overtime piece, and I just want to understand, I guess, twofold. I guess describe, is that part of this calculation, the anticipated overtime reduction that I think what you're proposing in this by filling this position, because then you wouldn't have to have more overtime for other firefighter staff.
I don't think I'm reducing overtime at all. I think I'm stopping myself from having to spend more.
More overtime hours. I guess that's what I'm saying. So if you didn't do this, you'd have more overtime.
About 24 hours a week extra.
Extra. So that translates for folks on the, remotely here in the room. I think your data was a little over $1,200 for per 24-hour shift.
Correct.
So that's a significant number over the course of a individual normal work hours over a year. So that's an additional savings that I don't think are part of this calculation that we got here. Or is it?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
not a
not a
savings, it's a
savings.
cost avoidance.
the cost avoidance? Thank you. That's a good way to say it. Yep. And that was my only question. Thank you.
Great.
I'll make a motion.
Sounds good.
Move to approve amendment of the classification plan by increasing the number of firefighter paramedic positions in the fire department by 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Oh,
Because we're all here. So
okay, sorry. Yes,
5-0, 5 being present.
thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
I appreciate
Thank you,
your
Chief.
support of us. as
Thank you.
always.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck with the hiring. Okay, being past 6:15, our next item on the agenda is a public hearing for the naming of the cemetery on Nurse Street. I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay, the public hearing for the name of the cemetery on Nurse Street is now open. Just to summarize here, and Christie, feel free to jump in as necessary, but as a board, we published a notice of intent to name the cemetery on Nurse Street with an initial submission deadline of July 9th, 2025. 3 named suggestions were received for the board's consideration. During our public hearing on October 14th, 2025, the board voted to pass over the proposed names and reopen the submission period for an additional 14 days to ask for further public input. This extended deadline closed on November 6th, 2025. There was one additional name which was submitted. So now we have 4 names in front of us for consideration tonight regarding the naming of the cemetery on Nurse Street. The 3 original names received for consideration were Farmlands Cemetery, Harmony Grove Cemetery, and Westland Cemetery. The newest one, the one that was added in this extended period we offered, was West Winds Cemetery. In our packet, there were a number of pieces of information. I would just call again to attention, like we did last time, that we did receive there was a notice or a letter from the Historical Commission that I don't see
Page 15.
I don't see a date on it, but
September 24th, 2025. Want me to just summarize?
yes.
So at the letters dated September 24, 2025, from the chair of the Westborough Historical Commission, that's Christian Hedrick. He writes, at the September 9, 2025 meeting, the commission reviewed the 3 names submitted to the select board for the name. Commission assessed the proposed name for reflection of historical significance of the site or their consistency with names of historic cemeteries in Westborough. And then they went through each. For farmland, they agreed that the name farmland applies to past use, but not specifically to this particular site. Harmony Grove was sort of closer to a name for a graveyard, they felt, but harmony pertaining to music, and grove, cluster of trees. But being that the land had been cleared, they felt that it was not aligned with the new cemetery. And then the third item was, name was Westland, voted as the preferred name for the following reason. Westborough's earliest days, Puritan gravestones and Memorial Cemetery on West Street have all faced west as a symbol of the sun setting on a person's life. Nurse Street, where the new cemetery is located, is in the western portion of the town. In addition, the name Westland Cemetery is consistent with Westborough's historical cemetery, Midland Cemetery, where many of Westborough's Civil War veterans are buried.
Great. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to open it up for, since this is a public hearing, for anybody in the public. I know we do have individuals here to speak on this, so.
Start here and then if anyone remote.
Yes, we'll start here, and yep.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I don't know what that letter said. The acoustics in here are terrible.
We just get name and.
Yeah.
If you can just announce your name.
Yep.
So,
Oh. I'm Lee Strout. I live at 243 West Main Street, and I've been there for the last 60 years.
Mr. Strout, is this better? I'm sorry if I wasn't speaking. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So the summary of the letter from the Historical Commission was that farmland cemetery, they agreed that farmland applies to a lot of land that was used by, here in Westborough, although not specifically for that particular site. So I think it was generally like for Westborough appropriate, but not for that particular place. Harmony Grove, to them sounded more like a cemetery name, but neither the word harmony nor grove seemed appropriate for that particular location. Westland was voted as a preferred name by the Historical Commission, and for the reason that that the gravestones in Memorial Cemetery here on West Main all face west, reflecting on the setting sun on someone's life, and that the cemetery is in the western portion of the town, as well as Westland is consistent with the Midland name, which of course is off of South Street. Thank you. So that was the summary of what I said. Hopefully that was clearer.
Westborough has a great heritage, history and heritage, both of industry and agriculture. And that area that where the new cemetery is sited actually is in the area of 7 former and current farms. The Fay Farm, when I moved here, was an active farm, as was and still is the Nurse Farm. Also, there was the Ainsworth Farm. There was the McTaggart Orchards. There was the Quick Orchards. And there was the Libby Farm, which ceased operation back in the 50s. And I believe the Adams Farm ceased operation at about the same time. I just feel that the name I submitted speaks strongly to the heritage and the history of this town. The other towns, the other names that have been submitted, to my way of thinking, are whimsical, they're nice sounding, but they don't speak at all to our heritage and our history. And I think that's important. I would hope that as you deliberate this tonight, or whether you've made up your minds or you're honestly going to give it some consideration, I appreciate the time to come and speak.
Thank you. We appreciate your submission as well, so thank you. Anybody else? The audience? Anybody on joining us remotely that wishes to speak in the public hearing? If you want to raise your hand. I don't see anybody. Okay, I will turn it to the board for any comments. Who wants to start? Mark?
Yeah, I had a question on the latest submission, the West Winds. Did that go to the Historical Commission for any kind of comment?
I don't know that one went. I don't have anything
Okay.
from them, so probably not.
Okay.
I think just in the submission, just so folks know that we received the rationale of the story behind West Winds was that the property rests on the west side of the community and is subject to the prevailing westerly winds. It did go through the process and receive the required certified names as well.
So I'll jump in here. So I am a little bit torn between two names. I do like Westland Cemetery for the reasons that the Historical Commission stated, as well as its simplicity. I just like it. It geographically orients the cemetery. However, I also like the farmlands name, and I appreciate Mr. Strout coming before us and providing a little more context. And I think, certainly Westborough's agricultural history is something that we should all be proud of and remember. Whether we remember that through a cemetery or not, I guess that could be debated. There is something a little bit, no offense, about farmlands and being buried there that I sort of can't reconcile. Like it feels like, I'm sorry, but it feels like you've been put out to pasture. And I don't mean that, I mean, it is a little bit pun intended, but that's sort of what it feels like to me, like I'm buried in the farmlands. I don't know, it doesn't feel, I don't know, maybe if you're a farmer, that's where you want to be buried. I don't know. I don't mean that as disparaging, but it just, there's something about farmlands on its own. So that's the part that I'm kind of struggling with. So.
Great. Thank you, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll jump in. Sure. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Shaw, for coming in tonight and sharing with some additional information. I appreciate that. After we had our first conversation a few weeks ago about this, I went back and I literally would out loud kind of speak these names over to myself over and over again as to what I thought was appropriate. And I think similar to you, Shelby, Westlands to me seems like the most appropriate of the names that were provided. And I back that up a little bit further. And Mark, I was going to ask the same question you had about the Historical Commission, and I'm not looking to go back to them for the fourth name, but the fact is that they are the only town committee representative of residents that had an opportunity other than ourselves to actually provide a perspective on all the names that were submitted. In all of the petitions, those individuals didn't know what other names were being put on the board, so to speak. So to me, that was that's a nice data point as far as residential feedback on all of the names as opposed to individual feedback on individual names. So for me, I mean, I think that is, of the four submissions to me, I think what the Historical Commission put forward in regards to the historical nature of it meets a lot of the criteria that has been spoken to, or a lot of the, I'll say, niceties, I don't know how else to describe it, that have been spoken to on all of the submissions. I think it's a valid submission, I guess I'll say. I think it's...
Can I add one comment to mine? Is that okay?
Sure.
So what about a compromise approach? Westland Farms Cemetery. Geographically, it orients us to the western side of town. It speaks to but it doesn't say farmlands.
Yeah, I was actually thinking something similar, but more condensed, like West Farm Cemetery or something. I was thinking something similar, like more condensed, though, like West Farm Cemetery. I think Mr. Strout's point about honoring the heritage of the farming fabric of this, history of this community is important. I hadn't thought of Shelby's point, and I'm concerned that potential occupant may be turned off by the idea of being fertilizer, but I don't think that's a valid reason to exclude farm from the name. So, I do like I like the idea of you including West in it somehow, but not just naming it Westborough Cemetery. So, right, so I don't, I don't know if we have the discretion to play around with these names.
I think we do.
No, I think you do too. I thought you were done. I was just going to add something.
Yeah. So to me, I'm not in love with Harmony Grove as a name. It's it would be if I had to rank them, that would be the lowest ranking. I kind of like the West Winds, but my mom is buried in Westview Cemetery, so I'm partial to that kind of alliteration, I guess. So maybe I'm a little biased from that standpoint. I don't know.
I guess, Chrissy, do you have something?
No, I was just going to speak to what Patrick said, that these names were all posted on November 10th, and that posting does invite comment from the public ahead of the public hearing, as well as alerting them to the public hearing. So, unfortunately, I don't think it did go to the Historic Commission, but I think their review is to tell you if there's historical significance. But I just did want to note that it was posted so folks could present.
Yeah, if I can just
provide comments.
and that's a good point. I just want to clarify my point then, because what I was referring to was the petition process, not the post-petition hearing process that we're going through today. I think that's absolutely valid in the fact that the residents have been given the opportunity to come speak to us on behalf of all of these things. So,
actually, Sean, do you?
Yeah, Mr. Stroud, thank you for coming in, especially this evening, to speak to us today. Tremendous effort by you to get in here this evening. Thank you very much. Yeah. I have to say, I do like Westland primarily because it helps you locate where the cemetery is in town. And I think that's an important distinction. We have a Midland cemetery. We have a Westland cemetery. I think it helps you locate which is one of the most important things about naming something, is it helps you figure out where it is. I get a little concerned when we start combining names and we're trying to make everybody happy, and often we make nobody happy. But, I'd be willing to, I'm not fixed on that.
Yeah, I just add from.
It's working. Thanks. I was trying to turn it up.
Didn't want me to speak. I think to the comments from Shelby and Mark, I get my concern with either one of Westland Farms. To me, it sounds like we're naming after a name of a farm, which Westland Farms, as far as I know, didn't exist, or West Farm, I'm not sure, existed in Westborough. And I think that could get confusing as to someone thinking that we were naming it like that property was Westland Farm or West Farm. So I understand the piece there, but I think from my perspective in looking at these, I do think that my vote for support would be the Westland Cemetery submission as the name for that. I agree on the farmland stuff. My family, both sides, had farms here in Westborough, both at Walker Farm and Ellis Farm, dairy and eggs, but and I think it's something we need to kind of memorialize in town. I'm just not sure that as the name of the cemetery is the appropriate way to do that, personally, in my view. So, again, it's up to decision of the board, but just my 2 cents is that I think the one that I support the most is the Westland Cemetery name. Anything further?
I just want to look at one thing. Who presented Westlands?
Cornelia Hutt.
Cornelia Hutt.
No,
West Winds.
West Winds.
West Winds. So Westland came from
The
The
commission.
Historical Commission. Thank you. Okay, just so for clarity, signatures were, because anybody can present a name per our process, so
Right.
that's where that came from.
Right.
Okay.
I have a question. If somebody can educate me here, is Midlands one word? Is it Midlands or is it Midlands?
I don't think there's
That's an S, and it's Midland is one
It's
word.
Midland. Okay.
Midland is one word.
I'm not really, after our last discussion a few weeks ago about kind of tweaking the names based on submissions, I'm a little iffy about that, but I guess one way to think of it, I think of the land in the name Westland as being speaking to the nature of agricultural. And, you know, as I was just contemplating this, just saying, is it possible to put an S on there or splitting the word to Westlands Cemetery to indicate, you know, it's the westerly part of the town, as Sean mentioned, and it's lands, which speaks to the agricultural side of things. But again, I mean, I don't know, I would be okay with that submission by itself. But if I don't know.
I'm not sure that you can pluralize lands with an S. Land is land. There's no lands. I mean, is that that sounds more
We
cumbersome
might
to
have
me.
to Google that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, is there a motion?
So I would move to name, well, let me make sure the motion is
adopt.
correct. Move to adopt the name Westland Cemetery for the new cemetery, as the name of the new cemetery
On Nurse Street.
on North Street. Thanks.
Seconded.
Okay, any further discussion?
No, the only thing I would say is I do want to thank everyone for bringing their ideas forward. I think that, you know, at the end of the day, we select one name and it is our responsibility to do that. And, you know, I think that we've already learned we've learned from our naming policy that it probably needs some refinement. And so I do appreciate the earlier participants in this process. And it's certainly made me think, and I think all of us, and we've seen that exercised here in the past couple of meetings where we've tried to figure this out. So that's all.
Great. Any other comments? If not, all those in favor of the motion? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Sorry, we had a second for that, right?
Yes, it was Mark or
That was me.
I think Pat beat
Patrick.
me to it.
Yep, okay.
or the other one, no.
I thought we did, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second. It is Westland Cemetery.
Westland Cemetery is the final name. Thank you.
Westland,
No S.
singular, no S. L-E-N-D, Westland, one word. Sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so moved and seconded to close the public hearing. All those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you.
Thank you. Drive safely home, please.
Okay, next on the agenda is item 4, which is the zero emissions vehicle policy from Sustainable Westborough. Welcome here. Thank you for coming out on this wintry night, but appreciate you being here for the presentation. So,
If I may,
Yes.
Ian, I just wanted to throw a couple of comments as the representative on Sustainable Westborough for the Select Board. I just want to acknowledge the work that the team has done here in regards to this policy, the work in support of the Climate Leaders Program. What you're about to see represents probably 24 meetings over the last year and a half, if not actually more than that, in regards to meeting with the town department heads, et cetera, that are impacted by this policy. I want to express my thanks to both Peter and Jeff here tonight, as well as those department heads and Christy and her full staff in regards to the conversations that were had to get us where we are today, as well as the school committee and the work that was done with the school committee as well. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Selectman Welch, for those kind comments. My name is Peter Flynn, and I am the Chair of Sustainable Westborough. With me today is Jeff Levine, the Vice Chair, and the leader on Sustainable Westborough for developing the proposed Zero Emissions Vehicle First policy, also known as the ZEV First policy, for which we are requesting board approval. As you know, Sustainable Westborough is responsible for advising the board on matters relating to the town's climate action plan. And that plan calls for the town to strive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in line with the Commonwealth's goals as embodied in state law. Those goals call for a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 1990 baseline levels by 2030, and to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. To assist municipalities in achieving these goals, the Commonwealth has established a Climate Leader Communities program and allocated money, $60 million over a 3-year period, reserved just for the cities and towns who take actions that are necessary to qualify as climate leader communities. Each qualifying community is eligible to receive up to $1.1 million in grants during this 3-year cycle. I'm now going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Levine, who has a brief slide presentation describing the proposed ZEV First policy and its connection to the Climate Leader Communities program. Mr. Levine.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Levine, Vice Chair of Sustainable Westborough. If you could put up the slides, please.
If you could just lean into the microphone or pull it up closer, just so folks, not in the audience here, but those that are
Yes.
watching on TV can
so.
hear you. Thank you. We have slides in our packet.
Just not plugged in.
Okay, just, yep, give us a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Does Kristen have them? or-
While she's doing that, just by way of introduction, as Peter said, the state has made a significant sum of money available
Or Amanda.
for the Climate Leadership Program and to reduce greenhouse gases throughout the state. But there are certain requirements in order for communities like Westborough to access that sum of money. And one of them is to create a zero emissions vehicle first policy. And that's why I'm here to speak to you today about that.
I know you have the presentation. We have it in our packet here. We're going to try to get it
Okay.
up, but if you want to, if you don't mind,
We'll keep going.
and we'll catch up with the slides and
Okay.
and go
Yep,
through them.
Perfect. So the town of Westborough has been, we can move to the second slide. I'll start talking about that. Town of Westborough has been a member of the Green Communities program since 2019. And as such, we have received a significant amount of grant money through the state as a member of Green Communities to the tune of $643,000, which has allowed us to move forward on a number of projects to reduce greenhouse gases already. The state, through Department of Energy Resources, DOER, has now announced a new program moving forward called Climate Leaders that makes even more money available. As Peter said, $60 million over the next 3 years, and we expect that program to continue beyond the 3-year period. But that's the amount of money that they have already committed and set aside for this program. So double the amount of money that has been available before. There are already 28 municipalities within the state who are certified as climate leaders, 9 of which were just added this past month, in the month of December. So we are very anxious to participate in that and make that grant money available to the town of Westborough. So the next slide, please. So as I said, there are a number of criteria, number of steps that are required for Westborough and any community to receive certification as a climate leader. We have already completed 3 of them, and those are the first 3 that you see in green at the top of the slide. The zero emission vehicle first policy that I'm here to speak to you today is another step. We have already brought that before the school committee because the school committee, as well as the select board, have to approve that. So the school committee approved that back in October. And as I said, I'm here to solicit the select board's approval of that policy. In addition, right above that on the slide is something called the Municipal Decarbonization Roadmap. And we are in progress in the development of that. And we're going to be bringing that to you within the next 6 months to discuss that with you and seeking your approval. And again, the school committee's approval for that. And then finally, there's something called the Specialized Energy Code, and that needs to be brought before the entire town meeting for approval. And within January, February timeframe, we're going to be coming before you to seek your, to explain that process to you. Okay, next slide, if we could, please. So we've completed, as I said, as under the Green Communities membership, we've completed a number of energy reduction projects with the over $600,000 that we have been given. But in addition to being able to do that under grant money, those reductions have saved us a lot of money in utility bills, not just right away, but on an ongoing basis, reducing greenhouse gas and reducing fossil fuel consumption is saving us $136,000 approximately year after year after year. So it's an ongoing savings every single year. Not to belittle that, we also are reducing the carbon dioxide that we are emitting into the air, which is a benefit to all of us in town. On the order of 311 metric tons of carbon dioxide every single year. To put that in terms that make sense to all of us, the equivalent of taking about 67 gasoline cars off the road every single year. So moving on from that, some points I want to make about the policy. Policy itself is included in your packet. I suspect you guys have gone through that at least briefly. I want to make it clear that even though the policy provides some guidelines as to what the departments need to do when purchasing a car, purchasing a vehicle, the decision authority remains unchanged. The departments still have the final authority as to what vehicles they purchase. The policy wants us to purchase battery electric vehicles as the first option, but it's not zero emission vehicles only. And quoting from the policy, the flexibility to choose the vehicles are aligned with, quote, operational needs and vehicles that are practicable. So you aren't forced to buy a battery electric vehicle. That's just the preferred vehicle. And as I said before, the adoption of the policy is one of the requirements of becoming a climate leader, and it leads to a fairly significant amount of grant money that is available to us. So it is an important thing for us to get to. And as I said, it's also a valuable accomplishment to be able to lower the greenhouse gases. Next slide, please. So some of the important aspects of the policy itself. First of all, as I mentioned, it applies to the town vehicles as well as school vehicles. So the town and the school both have to sign off on this policy. It requires that we update our vehicle inventory annually. It requires, as I said, that battery electric vehicles are the preferred vehicle whenever we're replacing a vehicle. If a battery electric vehicle doesn't do the job for what we need, The second choice is a plug-in hybrid, followed by a hybrid, and if none of those are acceptable, a standard gasoline vehicle is the last and final choice. The policy does describe an exception process where a justification memo is submitted to the Capital Expenditures Committee explaining why a battery electric vehicle was not the appropriate vehicle in this particular case. If we do purchase a gasoline vehicle, it needs to meet DOER efficiency requirements. Most vehicles nowadays do. It does explain which vehicles are exempt, which are basically any vehicles, any heavy-duty vehicles, any vehicle over 8,500 pounds is exempt from the policy. Third-party vehicles, vehicles not owned by, maybe doing business with the town, but not owned by the town, are exempt. That's it for the slide. I want to give you an idea of the vehicles that we have in town today and where they stand. I divided this out by broadly by major departments. So vehicles that are in green, those are exempt. Vehicles in blue are non-exempt, need to follow the policy. Police vehicles today are in a in-between category, so I've got them striped. What that means is the DOER recognizes that today there is a single supplier of battery electric police pursuit vehicles. It's not reasonable to ask towns to go off and buy battery electric vehicles when there isn't a ready supply of them. So they are exempt today. Downstream, years from now, it is likely that that will change and they will become non-exempt. Today, that's not the case. They are exempt. Okay. That's the presentation. As said, here's soliciting your approval of the policy. Happy to answer any questions you have. There are backup slides. I'm happy to go over any of the backup slides that you would like me to.
Great, thank you very much. I will open up to the board for any questions or comments.
Sure, I'll start. Just a note on the slide. Can you go to ZEB policy scope and description? Yep, right there. So I think your footnote should say gross weight over 8,500 based on what you
the policy applies to on-road vehicles under 8,500. Exempt vehicles are
okay.
over 8,500.
Okay, all right, that, I get it. That just might be confusing if someone.
Yes, it's on the line that says exempt, so
Your next
recognize
slide, your next slide makes that clear at the top, so I was obviously confused, but doesn't mean everyone else would be.
You are right. That's a little bit.
The 3-year period you reference for this grant eligibility, when does that start and when does it end?
Well, it starts when we become members. So when we become members, the DOER says you can receive approximately $1.1 million per year, and it extends over a 3-year period.
And I guess without getting into the mechanics, like, is there a reserve fund for this?
They have set aside the money,
Okay.
and it has already started. So they've committed $60 million
Yep.
over a 3-year period, and that has already started.
Yeah, just to be clear though, Jeff, I just want to make sure. So there's a 3-year period that you're eligible to submit for grants, and you would be eligible up to the $1 million of that $60 million. It's not $1.1 million each year that you would be eligible for.
No, it is one. It is each year.
Not,
Yes.
okay.
But the other part of the question, since this already started, we are not, and probably will not be, sounds like at its earliest, it might be 6 months from now before we So we may miss out on,
Yeah,
for example,
our
the
hope
first
is to
year.
Apply around the end of this year.
Okay, which would be kind of would be in year 2
Yes.
then of the,
But we don't really expect it. They've committed the 60 million for 3 years. They've set it aside. We don't expect the program to end in 3 years, just as the Green Community Program has been going on for quite a few years.
right.
Okay, so thank you, because I heard a couple different things there. So the 3-year, is this correct? The 3-year clock has started in terms of the program.
Yes,
Understanding it may not end at 3 years.
Correct.
But the funds set aside in that are $60.3 million in the nature. And we're eligible for grants on an annual basis up to $1 million per year.
yes.
All right. So I think the policy, I mean, I appreciate all the work that's been done, lots of back and forth. Patrick has kept us abreast of that. I saw where the school committee has some very specific language in there, which I'm fine with. I think the one thing that, and I wouldn't expect the policy to speak to, but it is the absence of infrastructure to support any of this. And so my question is what can the grants be used for? I mean, I see the chart that you provided before, LED lighting, a vehicle, that kind of thing. What can the grants be used for?
So they are basically for energy reducing activities. So if we wanted to put in things that replace fossil fuels, so if we can reduce our use of fossil fuels by, as you said, LED lighting, providing weatherization and insulation, which reduces our use of energy. So, and you can reduce fossil fuel even by reducing your use of electricity, because most of our electricity is generated through burning of fossil fuels.
Right.
If we replace gas furnaces with electric heat pumps, that is certainly legitimate use.
And can the funding be used to purchase vehicles? The
Yes.
grants, okay, so
Yes.
it can be used for vehicles
And charging.
And can it be used for
and
infrastructure
chargers.
charging? Okay, thank you.
Jeff, you had a slide, I think it was slide 13, which talked about potential projects. I don't know if that would be,
That was my question, was
Yeah.
maybe you could put up that
Yes, it's,
slide with the potential funded.
maybe the very last slide. Yeah, so this is a very short list.
This is in our,
And actually, it's part of the decarbonization plan, which I alluded to, but you haven't seen yet. We have identified things that are actually part of the town's capital planning process. But these are just some things that are potential future plans. And it could be used for any of these things, but this is a very tiny piece of the plan.
I have one follow-on question. Is Sustainable Westborough working on a vehicle infrastructure electrification plan for the municipality as well as for the town?
Yes. So there is yet another document, another study that has just recently been completed, and we will come before you with some presentation on that. So there's actually two studies. There's a study, charger installation. So it's strictly about installing electric vehicle chargers throughout the town and including school property as well. Several years ago, unrelated to that, National Grid did a study for us about electric vehicles, replacing the town's fleet with electric vehicles and, spreading that over multiple years. So that's the other half, I believe, of your question.
Okay. And one final, the funding that's been set aside, is that 100% state funding, or is it
Yes.
impacted by federal?
No federal funding, all state funding.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions?
No, I think mine might cover.
Okay.
I mean, I'm supportive of the policy. I think the details of where my mind it always goes is implementation, and I think the policy covers a lot of that, but I do think that I'm not a soothsayer when it comes to what's going to happen with zero emission or ZEV cars. But I think we've seen a peak of them, and now there are lots of cars on lots. And so I'm optimistic that this will actually have practical implication for the town, but I'm also cautious as to its practical applicability for, for what the town needs its vehicles to be. So I'm supportive of it. I just think that I like that there are exemption processes and justifications in here that allow for sound decision-making based on availability, practical use, cost, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you, Shelby. I mean, that was my same thing, and that's what I was looking for in here, because allowing for that flexibility, to me, I'm supportive of this as well. If that wasn't in there, I would struggle with supporting it, because it may get us into a bind. If we're behind in having the ability to charge something, but we're forced to go battery vehicles, that's not what we want to do, because then they'd be not working for the town. So, but with those exceptions that are in there, personally, I'm okay with moving forward on this.
As an aside, we did recently purchase, with the help of some grants, 2 EV chargers for the DPW. So we do have additional charging.
That's great.
And as I said, we will present to you some information about the completed study on EV chargers and grants that are available to help us purchase additional EV chargers.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I can make a motion? I move to approve the zero emissions vehicle policy as presented.
Second.
Okay, anything further?
I'm sorry, isn't it the zero emission vehicle first policy? Not to be too technical, but first I think seems to be important.
Yep.
Sure, I'll amend my motion with the first as well.
And I'll amend my second.
Okay, all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you very much.
Well done, gentlemen.
Appreciate
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward on the agenda, item 5. I believe they're online. Is that correct?
I see Lisa.
So this is the downtown plan presentation from Kimley Horn.
That's correct.
Great.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully.
Great.
Okay, can you see that,
Yes, we can.
that slide, title slide? All right, well, thank you very much. So my name, again, is Bill Scully with Kimley Horn and Associates. Online with me tonight is Lisa Wan. And it's nice to see everyone again, although the weather was a little messy, so we appreciate not having to come in person to give you this update, although we probably would have preferred, but
Bill,
we'll go
we
through.
can't see
There's
the
a lot
whole
of-
slide. Can you just make your window
What do I have
larger?
to do? Does that do anything?
I didn't know if that.
A
A little bit.
Let's see.
I think that's good.
Full screen mode, maybe? Is that better?
That
Yes.
is-
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
All right, perfect. All right, well, thank you again. Good evening. So we're excited to be here tonight, although virtually. We are catching up. We're really towards the end of what we think is our study phase and concept phase of the downtown improvement project. We were with you, I think, back in July. I think it was when we met with the board, and we've done a lot of work even since then. So tonight, what we wanted to do is to present our recommendations to the board and public if people are joining the meeting tonight. Hopefully gain positive input from the board to provide the planning board, which we are scheduled to meet with them on December 16th. And we're all hoping to move the project forward. So there's a lot to go through in a fairly short time. I'm going to go kind of quick through some of the slides, but I want to leave enough time to have some questions and discussion. So this project phase, we started in the beginning of the year. The end of January, I think, is when we kicked off with the town staff, and then we really got going in the spring on collecting data, getting inventories done. We've conducted a lot more analysis, probably than we envisioned. We are coming off on really from the 24 land use study that identified some actions in the downtown to accommodate future growth for the downtown. But as we got into it, as you may recall, we had a public meeting, we got a lot of public input, we had feedback from the board, the committee, and we took a step back and we started sort of a fresh look at of the downtown and looked at some of the options. So we've evaluated a lot of options, a lot of variations, a lot of engagement with the town besides the public meeting. Has been online information gathered. I know Kristen from the planning department is attending tonight. Her and Jenny were at several farmers markets and other events in town to collect additional information. During the course of this process, we feel we've confirmed the goals of the downtown, and then we finalized an overall recommended transportation plan for the downtown. Just a quick review of some of the observations and findings. I probably won't go through all of these, but if you recall, the downtown has been a concern from the perspective of transportation movement, whether it's pedestrians, vehicles, bicycles, anything, really since the early 1980s, with documented studies and plans. And that went all the way up through the 90s and the early 2000s. The Complete Streets plan in the 2017, I think, 2018, confirmed some of that information, and it's been really confirmed through some of the public interchange as we've gone through the process. Some of the comments, navigating a car around the existing circle is harrowing and a bewildering experience. A lot of excess pavement out there. That leads to uncertainty, a little bit chaotic movement. There's long, unprotected pedestrian crossings. What we also found was a fair low awareness, I would say, of the public of where convenient off-street parking may exist that serves downtown, like the lot off of South Street. The on-street parking is directly in the circle. That increases the safety risk. The angle parking on West Main Street has come up in a number of meetings or conversations, and that also highlighted a safety risk as well. In total, we presented some of this information previously, but over the 5-6 year period of data, over 200 crashes were reported in or around the circle. A number with pedestrians, some with cyclists and parked motor vehicles. Travel speeds has been a consistent issue raised of motorists traveling too fast through the center approaching the center too fast. Deliveries and truck unloading on street affects the flow, the visibility, and the parking. And not wanting to really single out anyone, but as an example, you've all seen a lot of the loading and unloading that takes place for the liquor store. They will come and park in the circle in a couple of parking spaces. And it's really hard if you're coming on West Main Street to turn right to go to South Street, for an example, of knowing what's happening on the other side of the truck. So that it's just another safety risk identified and confirmed. We've all talked about the railroad underpass. The vertical clearance between the bridge and the street is narrow or less than standard. And the overheight vehicles get stuck or nearly stuck when they approach it. So we've talked about increasing awareness, increasing the warning on that. The town's done a lot of things on that over the years. It's an issue that probably doesn't necessarily affect the flow of traffic along East Main Street unless a truck gets stuck or stopped. But it does affect the truck patterns in the downtown. Or if Roach Brothers trucks can't come down East Main, they got to come down Milk. Now they're going through the heart of downtown. So it does have an effect. And really, there's virtually no bicycle accommodation currently in downtown. And that was raised in a number of comments and concerns. Now, the downtown goals, and this is really from probably a combination of at least the master plan that was updated in 2021 and the land use zoning plan in 2024. The 5 major ones were promote mixed-use development and have a vibrant street life, and diversify the offerings in the center, dining, retail, entertainment, etc. Enhance walkability and pedestrian safety, expand outdoor gathering and green space, and then preserve the history of the downtown. Now, I highlighted the one in the center because that one really directly is affected by whatever transportation improvement we're doing. We can take actions that really directly improve and enhance walkability and pedestrian safety, but the transportation project will contribute and should contribute to all of those major goals for the downtown. So as we started to finalize our analysis and develop our concepts, we set a number of project objectives, provide some order to the traffic movements, improve the flow and the safety of the flow, reduce the potential conflicts within the center, reduce the traffic speeds coming through downtown, enhance the pedestrian safety in crossings, bike accommodation, to the extent feasible, accommodate all the truck movements, because right now, that's the major route through the downtown because of the bridge underpass. And really, at the end of the day, create a more pleasant and comfortable environment for visitors, residents, and employees in the downtown. Make it a place where people want to be, want to walk to, drive to, and spend some time down there. So all of that we brought together, and we know there's a number of challenges to develop a plan. You know, there's competing demands, the truck movements, the walkability, etc. All of that, limited right of way. We had to take into account all of them and develop a plan, and we evaluated that the plan and the alternatives against all of these different criteria. Tested a lot of different truck movements, large trailer trucks, as well as the fire apparatus. See how can we accommodate bike accommodation, and then all the other items on this slide. Ultimately, we ended with we're recommending that we essentially retain the circle type of design in the movements, however, with a refined geometry. So in some circles, you'd call this the peanut shape roundabout. And We presented this really quickly in July to you as we just started to see what might work and have some positive impacts. What this does is it creates single-way approaches into the roundabout. Milk Street becomes two-way on the north side of the arcade building. Milk Street remains on the south side of the arcade building, but Milk Street on that side won't be able to enter the roundabout. So if I'm on Milk Street, south of the arcade building, I'm going to have to take a right turn onto, onto West Main Street. There'll be some realigning of the Milk Grove intersection area, and the parking that currently exists within the circle will be removed. So no parking within that the roundabout area. On this slide, and I'm going to go through a few more slides related to it, but the bright red shows you areas of sidewalk. We haven't developed the final plan of sidewalk treatment, what you can do, but we wanted to illustrate that those areas are expanded, in many cases expanded sidewalk areas. The bright green is bike accommodation through and around the circle. As we get into the roundabout and move around it for the bikes, we bring them off the road, so they're not in the street where the vehicles are driving. They're up on the raised part of the curb area, crossing at some of the crosswalks, and then proceeding if you can picture from West Main to East Main. I don't know if you can see my hand on the screen, but you come down this way, cross Brigham, and then continue down East Main Street, and you do the reverse in the other direction. Tightening up Summer Street. Summer Street remains one way, but we make it a controlled movement to turn right, slow. The light red area is what we call an apron in a roundabout. So the apron is another surface treatment where, in particular, the rear wheels of the large trucks have the ability to go up on the curb and onto that apron to complete their movement. Normal vehicles, passenger vehicles, aren't going to want to do that. There is a curved lip all the way around it. These areas on the red that show some of the walkways, two in particular, connect to the parking lot next to the town hall. And we just want to enhance those connections and enable, if people are parking there in the evening, let's say, they're able to reach the West Main Street crossing and safely maneuver over there. Let's see. Oh. So again, we retain the circle, keep traffic moving, but slower, safer, very controlled. Shorten those pedestrian crossings, the bike route through the downtown. I'm going to show you a couple slides of the fire apparatus and the trailer trucks. We provide increased public space in a combination of sidewalk area or green space. So the added sidewalk area is nice, where it gives you a little bit more room for either streetscaping or peoplescaping with benches or potentially seats out there for restaurants. And it also provides some of that potential active space on the Milk Street side, south of the arcade building. Preliminary construction costs, this should have said $5.5 million, but our latest estimate is about $5.5 million of cost. The fire truck movements, I'm just going to show a couple of the critical movements. So coming out of Milk Street on the north side of the arcade, fire apparatus can take a right turn into the roundabout, swing around and go down to South Street. We've tested going around the whole roundabout to turn onto Brigham or continue on East Main. We just wanted to illustrate a couple of these. This one right here, if the fire truck driver or fire department want to use this portion of Milk Street to turn onto West Main, the intersection has been designed to accommodate that movement as well. They can also come down on the north side of the arcade building. This slide shows a couple of examples of the large trailer trucks, not the largest, but the what we call the WB50. This one shows an example of a truck coming down East Main Street, looping around the roundabout and heading out South Street. This one shows if you were coming down West Main and turning into the roundabout and then turning on to South Street. So those can be accommodated as well. And again, we tested all the movements, so you can come out Milk, go to South, come out Milk, go to West Main Street. Currently, what happens now is the large trucks come out of Milk Street on the south side of the arcade building, enter the circle as if they were going to South Street or Brigham, and loop around the circle and then head down West Main Street. They don't have to do that in this design. This is the largest truck. This is what we call a WB67. And we know some of these are used, for example, at Roach Brothers. Some of them might be the transport vehicles used by Harvey. We don't have all of their trucks confirmed of what they do use, but we wanted to test them anyways. And again, this shows on the left side coming out of Milk Street, taking a right and heading to South Street. The WB67 can make that move, but you'll also see on this slide in all the different, the left, center, and right, there's a little bit of a yellow highlight. And, wait a minute, I went back. Yellow highlight. And in those areas, we know we may have to tweak the curb in this area. For example, for the WB67 right turn into the Peanut roundabout. And the tweaking could be pushing the curb back a little bit, pushing the curb back and using a different surface treatment on the edge of the curb to delineate, almost like the apron, but on the right turn. And we see that on this movement as well. If a 67 came in, had to go all the way around the Peanut and then head to Union Street, for example. And then this one shows coming out of South Street and wanting to go to West Main Street. So there's a couple of spots there. While this movement, you can see, uses much of the apron, we may need to tweak that apron geometry a little bit as well. The model tends to be conservative. So truck drivers, bus drivers, all tend to do better than the computer model tends to show. And they do go through slow. And if they're going through slow, it's even easier for them to make the movement. Question at some point came up on, well, can the school buses do it? So, this slide shows a few school buses, one coming out of Milk going to West Main, one coming down East Main to West Main, and this one coming south to West Main. Just again, as an example that the design can accommodate these kinds of vehicles. Another question or comment came up during the public process and maybe during even our previous meeting was, what about changing Union Street and Brigham Street to one-way? And we looked at that. And at the end of the day, we sort of concluded that at this point in time, changing Brigham Street probably doesn't work as well. It could be something you do in the future if other things happen in the future. But, for example, Roach Brothers, a lot of their trucks go down and in and out of Brigham to go down to the rear of the grocery store to do their loading. You got Sunbelt down at the end. We did look as part of our analysis, though. We showed, okay, what if we made Union Street one way in and this portion of Brigham one way out? Could a truck even do that? So we tested that. So this is a 50 foot trailer in blue, coming down Union, turning on that little connection between Union and Brigham, and then taking a left to go down the street. This would be the 67, the larger truck. This can still do it, although we'd have to do some tweaking up here. And none of this assumes the truck, encroaches on the center line either. So they can kick out a little bit to make their turn, but they can make the turn down here and over. So I just wanted to demonstrate that because it's going to come up in a minute, a couple slides. Because with this option, as I said, the parking within the circle is going to be eliminated. Some of the parking on the approaches to the roundabout get eliminated or refined or changed. As an example, some of the West Main Street parking, it all becomes parallel, not angled parking. So we've tried to find spots to make up the loss and add some additional parking for that, and I'll show you that in a minute. This is just very preliminary. You've seen it before. Preliminary urban design landscape plan. It's just showing, certainly trees, green areas, large enough green areas in the center of the roundabout, as well as the splitter islands. Different kind of treatment for the crosswalks in terms of types of surface treatment, color, material. We showed you this before. This is Milk Street on the south side of the arcade building. So if this was to move forward like this and become potentially a future activity center, periodic activity center, where you could close a piece of this section of Milk Street for whatever. It could be art exhibits, it could be craft fair, it could be anything. And I know you do that also down on the Common and Union Street. This gives another spot, another option for the town. So this shows that different kind of material to accommodate. This shows a vehicle driving down the street and trees, a little bit of string lighting across the street, bollards, planters, and then this would be when we close the street, then it becomes an activity center. Tables, booths, tents, but you still have a nice design, whether it's someone driving or walking. Bike accommodation, I went over this earlier, so it's that bright green. So through the roundabout design, we feel we can accommodate safe biking, which you don't have today. And then what we started to do is look at outside of the downtown and take into consideration that railroad underpass, and not only the vertical clearance is tough, but the horizontal clearance is a little tough as well, especially for bikers. You do have the raised sidewalks on each side. So this, what we started to do is look at, and it's beyond the downtown project per se, but because these issues came up and they're important and we want to be comprehensive, we just started identifying certain things. So this green dash along East Main Street is an area where we believe the right-of-way exists, where the existing sidewalk could potentially be reconstructed into a shared use path. So instead of a 5-foot sidewalk, you have a 10 to 12-foot shared use path, which accommodates biking off the road as well as walking. And this, we just showed all the way up to about Lyman Street. Town currently has a project starting at around the elementary school, so it would tie into that kind of nicely. The red line shows how we could move people around the railroad underpass, and that's cross them at High Street, bring them up High Street. There's an underpass here with the railroad that's more than suitable for bikers and walkers to go, and then bring them down Water Street and cross them over here, depending on what you do on the south side. So that's a portion of some of the bike accommodation that could occur in the future with this project or beyond this project. This I just want to show, again, it's Union Street, the public portion of Union Street. If it did go to one-way flow, you'd have the room to instead of having about 6 or 7 parallel spaces along that common area, you would be able to provide 23 angle parking spaces along that area. So it's not a panacea, but it gains 16 on-street spaces in close proximity to downtown in that location. Other actions that we don't have a drawing for, but we're as part of the plan, it will be in the report, traffic calming on the approaches to downtown. So speed management is really important. The roundabout itself will control speed because you can't turn into the roundabout really fast because of the angle of entry. But we want to slow traffic down well before that. And one action is speed feedback signs on, in particular, South Street and West Main Street. Potentially raised intersections to, again, assist with that kind of thing where you're changing the profile a little bit of the street and people will start to slow down to go over that intersection. So South at Cottage, West Main at Central are candidate locations for that. The bump outs for pedestrian crossings, there's a few along South Street that are applicable, and that could occur with or without the raised intersection. West Main at Milk, East Main at High. So wherever the pedestrians are going to cross, you could do a bump out that increases the visibility of the pedestrian. It gives the pedestrian better visibility of oncoming vehicles. All of those crossings, the ones that don't have rapid flash beacons, we'd recommend rapid flash beacons along with the bump out. And again, you might also have different surface treatment for that crossing. So a different material, different color, so it all enhances the pedestrian and changes the sort of the perceived visibility to the motorist, the oncoming motorist, sees something different up ahead. We just talked about potentially converting Union Street, that section to one-way to get some on-street angle parking. Curb management plan, so we haven't laid it out at this concept level, but we know we'll have to take care of some of the deliveries to some of the businesses down there. I'll use the liquor store again as an example. Instead of parking in the middle of the circle, we'd have to find some spots for them to do unloading. And so it might end up being what we've done in other places is some of the parallel parking spaces on the street may be restricted to before 10 a.m. It's a goods loading area. After 10 a.m., then it's just open for regular parking. And it may also be something worked out with the businesses to do off-peak loading as well. We want to have some Uber Lyft type spaces so the passenger drop-off pickup, 3-minute spots, so we wanted to find a few of them. Grove Street at Milk and the fire parking lot, the fire headquarters parking lot, came up as a concern and issue. And so one of the things that we want to do is consider restricting the exit from Grove Street onto Milk, that become a right turn only. So I can't get to Milk Street from Grove, Milk Street to head to north to Route 9. If I come down that way, I have to take a right turn out to West Main. The third bullet down, restrict access to the fire headquarters parking lot, which is, there's an opening from really the main drive apron from the building and an opening on Grove Street. And the chief has talked about a lot of cut-throughs coming from Milk Street to Grove, and they just fly through the driveway apron in the parking lot. So one solution is you close off access to the parking lot from the building apron, the doors for the fire apparatus. And then all the access, enter and exit, would be from Grove Street into the parking lot. First bullet, I've also, at the end of the day, we've seen the issues on the railroad bridge, and we're recommending that a feasibility and funding needs assessment be done to increase the vertical clearance of the railroad bridge. We know that's a long-term action. It's a expensive action. And right now it's a 12 foot, 5 inches, I think, clearance. It would need to probably be raised close to 1.5 feet to give it 14 feet of clearance, which isn't perfect, but it exceeds the minimum of 13.6. But there's a lot of complications as well. So there's the MBTA owns part of it, the CSX operates and owns part of it. There's environmental issues. So there'll be permitting and design. But it doesn't mean, we concluded that, it really does need to be looked at. And the benefits I see if we can do it is that the WB 67s and 50s that are going, for an example, over to Roach Brothers don't have to come down Milk Street through the circle. They can come through the signal at Bay State Commons. But again, that's long-term, a lot of coordination, a lot of complication, but I think it's potentially worthwhile. You may need about 1,000 feet or more of the rail line itself will need to be raised up as well and sloped up. But, we took a real quick look and, it looks like 1,000 feet or so, plus or minus, with the MBTA's current criteria. It may, I'm not saying they're going to buy into it, but it looks like it's certainly worth looking to see if it's doable and how can you do it. Bike accommodations, in addition to what I've already shown you, on-road markings and signs along School Street, Church Street, High Street, Summer Street. On Church and School, you could also put, and those two streets are major routes right now. And the roundabout's not going to push any more traffic onto them. People are on them already who don't want to come through the circle, and they want to come from I guess it would be the east and head to Milk Street and Route 9 that way, and vice versa. So they're using that street now, but you could do raised crossings, raised crosswalks there's crosswalks along the streets now. You could do other traffic calming, but also narrow traffic lanes. Church Street's not striped for that. School Street's striped for lanes, but they may not be tight. So you could do tight lanes, 10-foot lanes, for example. And it would leave enough room on the sides that actually a biker could use. It's not going to be buffered. It won't be protected, but a defined space. So we thought that would be something good that could be done in the short term. Also, evaluate parking deck feasibility on the South Street parking lot will need to be done at some point. And then also, what I call the edge intersections really need to be looked at for a major redesign. And those edge ones that I'm talking about is West Main at School and Church, and then Milk Street, Fisher and Church. So they all tie together. It's all really connected to a whole network, but they can be all done separately and on different timeframes and funding patterns. Our next steps is we will go to the planning board on the 16th and present them this information. The next steps from a design point of view, where we are right now with the available funding left in our budget, is to refine the preliminary design a little bit, to look at the grading and the profiles of the streets for construction purposes, and make sure the driveways like at 7-Eleven tie into the improvement. Take a preliminary look at the stormwater plan that will have to be modified. Conduct some additional one-on-one conversations with the abutting businesses and property owners to sort things out and make sure they feel comfortable or accommodated. And then probably the big one would be continue to seek funding grant commitments for the final design and construction. And thank you. I know that it was long, a lot of stuff, but important. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And I think the intent Oh, the intention for today's meeting is that we would like your comments on the plan that we're recommending, and then we are presenting to the planning board on December 16th, which is in 2 weeks.
Great, thank you. Just a note for the board, a little back and forth, we do have a scheduled public hearing at 7:30 on the tax classification. I know we want to have comments here. I do believe that Kimberly Horn has agreed to stay on if we wanted to go to public hearing at this point and do comments later, which I think would
That's
be
fine, yeah.
preferable for us to do, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
I think that's the right thing to do.
Okay, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you for holding on. We are going to move to the public hearing, which was scheduled for 7:30 on the tax, our fiscal year 2026 tax classification hearing. I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hey, all those in favor? Okay, great. The public hearing is opened. We have our finance director here.
Good evening. John Steinberg, Finance Director. I am here on behalf of the Board of Assessors and Wendy Alassi, who is intending to give this presentation tonight, but had some family situation come up. So I begrudgingly offered to step in. I want to thank Wendy and her staff for working real hard this year to put together these numbers. I also want to give thanks to Joe McDonough for his years of service to the Board of Assessors. He stepped down this year. We wish Joe all the best, and thank you for his service over the period of time and the extent of my career while I was here. So tonight we are here for the fiscal 2026 tax classification hearing. The purpose of our hearing tonight, we will vote to maintain a single, will vote to maintain a single tax rate or shift a portion of the tax levy from residential class to commercial, industrial, and personal property classes. You will vote whether to adopt a residential exemption, and your third vote will be to vote whether to adopt a small commercial exemption. We'll do a quick glance review of this year, fiscal 26. The process, we take our fiscal 2025 prior year levy limit, we add 2.5% to that, plus this year's new growth, which was $3.387,920, $3.387,920. That's $283,939 over last year. We add those together, and that gives us our fiscal 2026 levy limit of $120,771,007. That is our maximum allowable levy this year. If we had a debt exclusion, that would be added into that. Our actual fiscal 2026 levy is $105,550,935. And yes, I will stop giving exact numbers at some point. That's 4.62% or $4,664,000 over last year. Our excess levy capacity at the end of after fiscal 26 levy is $15,220,072.25. That's 1.586872.25 more than last year, or 11.64%. If you recall, when we started fiscal 26, there was a lot of talk. We thought we would be eating into our levy limit this year, our excess levy capacity this year, thanks to $3.3 million. and some manageable expenses, we were able to prevent that from happening. Our property value summary this year, we rose to $4.6 billion in residential class, 679 million in commercial, 737 million in industrial, and 521 million in personal property, for a grand total of $6.6 billion in Westborough, which is up 6.99% over last year. Your average single-family property value went from $755,913 to $809,784. And your commercial went from 2.3 million to 2.5, and industrial from 4 million to 4.7 million. If you maintain a single tax rate, the tax bills for the single family will rise to $12,900, commercial $40,496, and industrial $75,267. And just a reminder, the levy that we are discussing is the amount to be raised by property tax that remains after other sources of revenue, such as excise tax, building permits, etc. Here's a quick look at our property value by class year to year. We maintain under 71%, 70.76% residential class, but that is increasing. As you can see, it went up 0.41%, and the commercial industrial class did decline, but you can see a big increase in the industrial class of 0.33%. So it's sort of a moving 30% that is shifting between the other classes as well. And here, just another look, as we have in the past, continue to see the trend as you see that residential value increase above the 70%, and you can see the other classes sort of crisscrossing there with the growth in the industrial versus commercial. And some of that, mind you, is not just property values. It's new construction. It's the construction of the complex up at the Old State Hospital, the additional houses, as well as the industrial complex that Amazon has built over on Otis Street. So all those things, it's not just driven by value as it is as well as new construction. And here's a look at our new growth. As you can see, personal property continues to be a huge part of our new growth, but this year personal property was only 48% of our new growth. We had 3.3 million of that personal property accounted for 48%. Our total value, $270 million in growth. 100 million of that was personal property, and then split between commercial and industrial at 46 million and 61 million of residential. Our major sources of that for real estate, it was Amazon, Chauncey Lake condominiums, as I mentioned, and the Ridings 2, which is now moving forward down in the south part of town. They've really started to move those properties along. They're closing their first houses, and if you haven't been down there, I recommend it. The houses look great. Largest personal property growth continues Amazon, Global Life Sciences, which is the old GE Healthcare, and DHL. For those of you that didn't know, we have a DHL facility over on Otis Street. So just to run through it again so that we can review how this all plays out and what our excess levy capacity means and how it relates to growth. As I discussed previously, we work off the levy limit from the prior year. But there's a lot of talk about this excess levy capacity that we carry every year and how that impacts the ability to spend beyond Proposition 2.5. We are not spending beyond Proposition 2.5. If we were doing that, we would be declining excess levy capacity. If we took last year's levy of $100 million and we add 2.5% to that, our levy limit this year without any new growth would be $103 million. Right? And again, this is off of last year's levy. It's nothing to do with our levy limit from last year. If we had no excess levy capacity. If you did not add any personal property growth, and you just added our real property growth, residential and commercial industrial, our levy limit without any personal property growth and no excess levy capacity would be $105,167,953. Our levy this year was $105 million. Our total levy increase of 4.664 is 4.62% over. You don't see 2.5% anywhere other than what's added there because of new growth. But we were only over by 382,982 from not using any personal property growth. Okay? So the discussion about where all our growth is coming from and why we have excess levy capacity, this demonstrates that we are working within Prop 2.5. And it's not just our personal property that is supporting this budget, that is supporting this expenditure. Our commercial, our real estate, and our industrial growth is a big portion of that. And within what our levy is of this year, we were very close to not needing any of that personal property growth, which was 48% of our growth. If we add in the personal property growth of 1.6 million, we get to our levy limit of 106,296,978. That's working off of last year's actual levy. Okay, and you can see, working off of last year's levy, if we had no excess levy capacity, we would be within Prop 2.5. We wouldn't need an override. Okay, we will remain to have 1.586873 in excess levy capacity added to our excess levy capacity because we were within that. Had we not had all that in the excess levy capacity, it'd be $382,982 less. But your final number for excess levy capacity is $15,220,073. And here's the history of our levy. Okay, from 2007 to 2026, you can see it's gone up $55 million. It's a lot of money. Here's the tracking of your single-family tax bill. Okay, you can see it's $809,783 for the value this year. If you maintain a single rate, that's going to increase the average single-family taxes by $586. If you think back to when we came out with the budget summit of last year, I think we were up towards $1,000, and people were coming down here with pitchforks and torches. But as has happened year in and year out, because it's so early in the year, as we've discussed, making those projections so early make it very difficult to be accurate when we come here. At October town meeting, we were at 593. Today, we're at 586. Now, mind you, here you're voting on what to shift of the levy. You're not voting on a tax rate. All these numbers are estimates. When we sit down to put our final recap together, there can be some variance, okay? Typically, it's pennies or it's not material. I just want to make sure we point that out as it can be confusing, excuse me. We have new benchmark communities this year. We've discussed it previously. We undertook the task of making some criteria based on 15 criteria. We took all the municipalities in the state and we took municipalities between 10,000 and 40,000 residents. We then took the 15 criteria and we went through and rated them based upon everything from proximity to spending in different categories, single rate, dual rate, and narrowed it down to 15 that were considered to be the most comparable to Westborough, even though they may be farther away and different in different ways. Some might have a call fire department, some may have a regional school district. But this set was the set that most similarly mirrored Westborough amongst the many different categories. And so this is a look at how we compare relative to them in both average single family value and property tax bill. Okay. The value is the red line. Okay, so you can see our average value is $109,784. You can see our tax bill as it compares, we're the third highest there, but yet we're not the third highest necessarily in terms of where the single family value sits. Now, there are communities in there with asterisks that have split rates. And I'm going to show you in the next slide a little bit of how that lays out a little bit differently. This is your first time seeing this slide. There's a lot of information there. It's a little hard to absorb right as it sits without tables next to it, but I just wanted to introduce you to it because this is part of how these benchmark communities can lay out and compare. And again, taxes and values are only two of the criteria. And here's the benchmark data with it laid out differently for your average single family value. This is in order by tax bill amount. You can see us there towards the bottom, Sharon and Hopkinton above us, or I guess below us, right there with Norfolk, Natick, and Westford. Before you get to Littleton, it falls below 11,000. And here's the last 3 years for the benchmark communities. The 5 that are shaded are the ones with split rates. You can see Hopkinton at the top this year. Hopkinton had an $1,100 increase on their average single-family tax bill. Northborough, $998. So we're their third because we have an $1,816 increase over the last 3 years. But I'll just point out one thing with Natick below us. You can see Natick was $424, $479. This year they're $913. They had a $9 million override last year, and they still use $6 million in free cash. They are carrying a deficit of $6 million on their books, and they had a $9 million override. It's not a pleasant atmosphere there, and they know another override is right behind them. It's tough. And so when you look at Sharon, much more level, like Westborough. You know, while taxes have increased, we won't split hairs there, taxes have increased, and they're not small numbers. However, there is something to be said for some consistency relative to what's happening with taxes, okay, compared to a Hopkinton, a Northborough. Shrewsbury's not up there, but we've spoken about it in the past. Shrewsbury had 2 large years, and they have another override. And here's how it lays out. These are all 15 communities, okay? And you can see we're in the thicker pink in the middle. But they're all basically seeing the same trend. Some a little steeper than others at different times. Some flatten out a little bit. Sharon at the top seems to be, running away, and Hopkinton as well. But relatively speaking, the problem that we speak of relative to tax increases and high taxes is common throughout the Commonwealth. It's not just the Commonwealth, it's throughout the country, okay? But we're not alone, and we're not an anomaly. Just to take a quick look at our top taxpayers, your top 10 taxpayers account for over 15% of your entire levy. I'll say it again, over 15% of your entire levy are paid for by 10 different taxpayers. 35% of that is residential properties, but 64.5% of those are not residential properties. So just to say all that again, because they're numbers that are sort of contradict the 70-30 conversation. 15% of your total levy is paid for by 10 taxpayers. 65% of that is non-residential. And bear in mind, if you shift the burden and you split the rate, that $363 million in value, they pay on the lower tax rate. Okay, so it has sort of a double burden there. Because we have so many large apartment complexes, they're going to be paying less in taxes, and that's going to be shifted further as well. So, what does all that mean? This is our simplistic look at shifting the tax levy, what it means. So in this simple scenario, we have a $500,000 property, both residential and commercial, same property, same value. We have $100 million value, $100 million of value in the town. 70 million is residential, 30 million is commercial, just like a 70-30. You have a $700,000, you have $1 million levy, so 700,000 of that is going to be residential. 30%, 300,000 is going to be commercial. So that's the one-to-one, right? Your tax rate would be $10, right? And everyone would have a $5,000 tax bill. If you were to shift, okay, 10%, right? That 10% is 10% of the commercial industrial levy. So that's $30,000 of that $300,000. So we're going to take $30,000 away from the residential levy. So they're now only going to pay $670,000. We're going to add that to the commercial industrial property. So now they're going to pay $330,000. So now that same $500,000 property, it's a commercial property, he's now paying, he or she, excuse me, is paying $5,500, and the single family is paying $4,786. We take it one step further with 20%. Now you're taking $60,000 away from the residential levy, was $700, now it's $640, and you're adding it to the commercial industrial levy. Okay? And that person is now paying $6,000 versus the residential property that's paying $3,571. And it goes further out to 1.5, 50%. So we could shift 50% of that $300,000 we're going to take away from the $700. So now the residential property value only needs to raise $550,000 in taxes. That's their portion of the levy. But now the commercial properties are now going to have to pay $450,000, right? So they've gone 50% higher, and that commercial property that's worth the same as the residential property, $500,000, is now paying $7,500 versus the residential property owner that's paying $3,929. Now, if we apply that to the town of Westborough this year, right? There's your average property values on each side, your proportional levies and values based upon the total value of $6.6 billion and $105 million levy. If you adopt and choose to have a single rate, not shift any of the levy, you'll have a rate of an estimated $15.93. If you decide to shift 10%, as an example, it would create a commercial industrial personal property tax. I'm going to call it CIP from here out. A CIP tax rate of $17.52 and a residential rate of $15.27, saving that average single-family home $534 and increasing the cost on that average commercial value by $5,332. Take it one step further, 20%. A commercial industrial personal property tax rate of $19.11 and a residential rate of $14.61. Again, the residential single-family property owner is going to save $1,069, and that average commercial value property is $10,665. And like before, we take it out further to the 1.5, where we create a commercial rate of $23.89. And a residential rate of $12.64, saving the residential property owner $2,664, but increasing the cost of that average commercial value to $80,120, increasing it by $26,696. And mind you, just to bear in mind, there are lots of houses out there that are $400,000, and there are lots of houses out there that are $1.4 million. There's commercial properties out there that are $450,000 or $500,000, and there are commercial properties out there that are $60 million. Okay, so bear in mind that these averages, while 3.3 million is not a small number, it's not necessarily a big commercial property either. So we would be voting tonight. You would be voting tonight on a residential factor. A residential factor of 1 results in a single tax rate. If you vote to shift, you would be voting a residential factor below 1, depending on what percentage you chose to shift. And here's some examples of the tax impact. This is similar to what I showed before, just broken out a little bit differently. With 105% on the left-hand side with 2 rates, the increase in the CIP and the average single-family property owner. 115% on the right-hand side, the 150%. And then I included the high-value apartment building and a high-value commercial property at the 150. The apartment building worth $35 million. they're going to save $115,150, where the same value commercial property at $35 million is going to cost them $278,600. And here's the same chart. It looks very similar year in and year out as to what that ratio is one to the next. It varies a little bit. Pros and cons. Same as I've presented before. State law allows you to shift up to 50% of the commercial, industrial, personal property levy. The pros, it offers residential property owners tax relief. Plain and simple. The cons, higher commercial property taxes inhibits commercial growth. I can't enumerate that, but I can say anecdotally in my career, I know of companies that have come here, and I know of companies that have not come here. And many of the ones that have come here, instead of going elsewhere, have come here because they appreciate the single tax rate and the message it sends to businesses. The property taxes that are higher for the commercial, industrial, personal property, they're not paid for by these businesses in many senses, the property owners, they're paid for by the businesses, right? The people who own the piece of real estate that owns the strip plaza, they're not eating the higher property tax, right? Their tenants are. So when you see new restaurants opening up and down the street, right, they're going to pay higher expenses because they're going to have to pay the higher property tax. Higher commercial taxes can reduce commercial values. Commercial values are based upon the income approach. It's not like your average single-family house where you have plenty of sales where you use the sales approach, right? The market approach, because that's what someone who's buying the property is going to buy it for. Someone buys a commercial industrial property, they're buying it for the revenue, the income it produces. If they have higher expenses, it's going to produce less profit, less income after expenses. Okay? What the timing of that is, it doesn't happen fast. Commercial properties don't change in value at the same rate residential properties do. You don't see that swing. The first place you see the impact of higher commercial industrial taxes is vacancy, because that's who it hits first. And then the last question I ask every year is, and this is a personal question, is it's allowed by law, but is it fair and equitable? Those are two words that get bandied about, and that's up to you to decide. So, moving on from that, the residential exemption. Residential property must be owner occupied in the primary residence for someone to qualify. We estimate that approximately 5,095 properties in town would qualify for this. The exemption is a fixed value reduction, with a maximum of 35% of the average residential property, not the average single family. So you'll see a number that's different than our average single family of 809,000, because it's of all residential property. And it would reduce that amount. If you were to vote a 35%, it would take, and I'll show you on the next screen, it would take that 35% and it would be a value reduction on all those properties, okay? But what it does is it creates a breakpoint, because you must keep that within the residential levy, okay? So that 70% that we had of the residential levy has to stay 70%. So what it does is it increases the residential tax rate, okay? Because you need to raise the same amount of money over a lower value of properties because you produced it. And so it creates a natural breakpoint where, regardless of if someone is getting the exemption, if you own a house this year over $921,000, you're going to get the exemption reduction, but you're still going to pay more in taxes because the rate's high. Okay? So that increase in that benefit is being picked up by other residential property owners. This exists in only 17 of 351 communities in the state. You can see they all have something in common. They all either have a large number of second homes, so your owner occupancy is low, or a lot of rental properties. Again, so you're going to have lower owner occupancy, okay? And by having lower owner occupancy, you bring down that number of qualified properties. And that's a big difference. Here's how the numbers lay out. Our average residential property this year is $754,533. So in this example, 10% of that, $75,453. We calculate an estimated 5,095 properties would be eligible. That's $384 million. So if our total residential value is $4.6 billion, we'd subtract from that $384 million, and that leaves us $4.3 billion. Now, we said earlier, we have to raise $74 million in taxes by the residential class. So instead of using $4.6 billion, right, we're now going to use $4.3 billion. And so our tax rate, instead of being 1593, it's going to be 1735 for the residential property owners. Okay, and as I said before, everyone over $921,912 would see an increase. We expect that we project that 1,302 properties we know would see an increase there above. It's 23% of our single-family properties would be above that and see an increase in taxes. One of the things that I point out about this exemption that I know we struggle with is that there are a lot of people that have a difficult time paying, and I think this town has done a lot to help those people as much as we can, as well as adopting a home rule petition, and hopefully we'll continue down that path to find other ways. This exemption has no means test. So your neighbor who lives in a $600,000 house might make $10 million a year, and he's going to get a break on he or she, excuse me again, is going to get a break on their taxes. Right? There's no means test with this. It's just anyone who owns their property, who lives in that house that applies, can get it. And here's how it lays out a little bit. The average single family value with one rate, $1,593, $12,900. With the adjusted rate, in this case, that looks like it's a 25% exemption in this case. So the 25% exemption would be $20.04. So their tax bill would be $12,448. They'd see a savings of $452. A higher valued property, a 1.15 million, would see an increase of $946. A lower valued property, $450,000, they'd see a large decrease of $1,931. But again, there's no means base to that. So someone who lives in a $500,000 would see a large decrease, right? The large apartment building would see a $123,300 increase because they'd be paying on that higher residential rate. And the people paying that would be the tenants, not the property. Small commercial exemption. These are property class 3 commercial properties. It does not apply to industrial properties. The properties must be valued at less than $1 million, and all tenants within that property must have less than 10 employees. The maximum reduction is 10% of the qualifying properties. We identified approximately 24 properties that might qualify for this. Looking at those numbers, there would be a penny swing in the tax rate if we were to grant that. And you can see the savings is minimal compared to the increase, again, only impacting 24 properties. There's only 14 communities of the 351 that still have this remaining. I think it was 16 when I started. So to recap what our vote summary that I'll ask for you tonight is, the first vote I would ask is to whether or not to adopt a minimum residential factor of 1. A factor of 1 would result in an estimated tax rate of $15.93. Town of Westborough has never elected to shift the levy and adopt a split rate. I'd ask whether to vote on whether to adopt a residential exemption and whether to adopt a small commercial exemption. And I'd be happy to take questions if anyone has any at this time.
Thanks, John. Do you mind going back to the slide on, I think it was the residential exemption, sorry. One more page back. Yeah, just the 1, 2, 3, the fifth bullet down, the 79,69,900 that's in the numerator there. Where did that come from?
That's the
I would have thought it would be
wrong number.
Okay. It should be
Did I?
74,686,
I
right?
said to Christy, I said, who's going to be the one that finds my mistake tonight? And she didn't say it would be you. I said, Ian's got my number. Ian, No, you're not
So it
correct.
should be seven.
It should be 74,
Okay.
686, 130.
Okay.
I can go change it if it's going to swing your vote.
No.
Okay.
No, I just thought I was missing something in the
Yeah,
calculation, so,
no problem.
thank you. Okay, other questions folks have? Yes, Sean?
Go to the public?
Well, I just want to see if any questions for John, then I'm going to go to the public and then come back to us for comments, so. Anything further questions?
I just want to say thank you, John. I mean, this presentation to me gets better year over year, and I know you weren't planning on making it today, so thank you. I'm sorry your team couldn't be here. But you added some things that, for me in particular, created greater clarity in what is a lot to digest. Thank you.
Ken?
Yes.
Yeah, I would echo what Shelby just said. I appreciate the additional slides with the additional information. And, everything that you've outlined here and the team has outlined here aligns to, how I understood this. So I really appreciate that. I guess my question to you would be a couple of questions. One is, how does the 15.2 million of excess levy capacity compare to our fiscal policy? Where does that land us? Are we in good shape in regards to that?
I don't think the excess levy
We can speak
capacity
to
is
it.
not a factor within our
Okay.
fiscal management policies.
Okay. And
It's not something that's really manageable in that way, so it doesn't fall within that guidance.
yeah. Have you, in your research, because this was very thorough, have you contemplated or has the team contemplated at all a combination split tax rate and residential exemption so the split tax rate offsets the impact to the higher, more valuable property, residential properties?
Can you clarify that question?
Yeah, I don't.
So, although I don't believe any community in the state that I'm aware of has done this, you can actually implement one, two, or all three of these could be voted on, right? So if you modify, let's just say that a board voted to split the tax rate with commercial industrial, that therefore lowers the tax levy on the residential side. So that's your basis for now your residential piece. If you create a residential exemption without that split, as you saw earlier, right, the higher valued properties pay more, the lower value, 76% of the lower properties pay less, 23% I think it was, or 24% pay more. That in theory could be offset by that, because we're talking about a comparison of year over year, right? We're talking about that increase year over year from one year to the next. If you split the tax rate on the commercial side, you would effectively negate that increase on the higher valued homes. It would also increase the amount that the residents would also, if you put it into the calculator they use for this, it calculates down. And I was just curious if there's ever been
I don't know of any, and I think what the result of that would be, it sounds to me like, okay, so you'd be lowering the tax rate, you'd be shifting the tax burden to the commercial properties, right? And then you're going to give an additional adjustment, or you could do it the other way. You're going to give relief to the majority of your taxpayers that own residential and own and occupy residential properties, right, by offering the exemption.
Right, the residential, yep.
And you're going to result in a higher residential rate. At which point you're then going to shift enough of the levy to bring that rate back down.
Correct.
So
For the higher valued houses, but further
for
reduce
the
the
lower values, they're just getting even more of a benefit. So
Yes, correct. That's right. Instead of it being, because the argument on the residential exemption is always that it's you're basically, in this example that you gave or the data that you shared, 23% of the residents' homes, 1,302, would have an increase of some amount based on their amount above the break point, right? So the question I'm asking is whether or not that could be offset by a commercial industrial tax split. Have you ever analyzed that data?
no, because I think you'd almost double hitting the commercial properties, number one. Number two, I don't think that's the biggest question. I think the biggest question, frankly, is that there's no means test.
So
So you want to, I mean, it's up to you.
put that aside. I definitely would. I can definitely get into that with you in a moment. But what I would just say is that when you and I think that the process is you have to understand that residential portion of the levy first. So I think the split has to happen on the commercial side under that scenario before you then figure out what your residential, because the process you just outlined, that's what I think has to happen. And all I'm asking is if you contemplated that. It's clearly no, so that's okay. In regards to the means-based piece of it, the examples given in regards to a resident who might be a multimillionaire living in a little tiny house, you could equally say that that's the same story. On the flip side, you could have a person who is house poor living in a multi-million-dollar house that's owned it for years. I think that's a wash. I think that argument.
There are programs for those people.
I get it, but a lot of people don't take advantage of those programs because they don't want the program specifically is using basically deferring the taxes until later. Well, there's several different programs. There's a work-off program. I'm aware of the petitions that we put forward and passed. What I'm just asking, I think that there are equal amounts. I think that is a neutral statement in my opinion.
Spend some time in the assessor's office.
Yeah.
And then you can, because
I appreciate
all the
that.
time, we see people who are living in nice houses who qualify for other exemptions through those programs. And so while I don't want to debate it, I'm just making clear that the presumption that that's an offset.
Spend some time at the senior center, because I hear this quite often. I hear this quite often from residents who talk about the fact that they don't want to be out of their house. And I'm not saying that taxes alone are going to cause that issue. I'm saying that as a community, I think that there's an opportunity and I've said this years in the past as well, I think there's an opportunity to be creative here with this triple scale or triple measurement that the state allows us between small business exemption, residential, and the split to benefit the majority of the people in the town. 77% by your count would be eligible or benefit from that. And that's a tremendous number. You know, you're all over 3,000 homes at that point that would benefit.
Yep, sorry.
And they have to apply every year.
Well, so that brings up a question, because you said that earlier. My question is, do you have to apply for the residential exemption, or is it automatic?
It is not automatic.
Okay.
Because you have to attest to your residency in the property.
So that fact alone, probably a large portion of those people probably wouldn't even apply for it, right? I mean, let's just say it's 50-50. That drops it down to 1,500. That's still a sizable number.
The other, just give you all the information.
Yeah.
Those numbers have to be estimated prior to the period of actually happening. So as the assessor's office, you have to then, when you're setting the tax rate, you have to say, okay, we're going to adopt it. We have to then estimate what impact we think that's going to have, because then we have to adjust to that. So you would be voting on it today to say we're going to adopt a 10% residential exemption. And then it's up to the assessor's office to figure out how many people they think that would be.
Sure.
In order to determine what that shift would be.
Yeah.
In order to know what the impact would be.
Yep, makes sense.
So it's hard to do all that simultaneously. I'm not saying it's not doable. I just want you to understand the moving.
I appreciate that. That is an important point. I will just finally just say in my thoughts that I wrote down here, I again appreciate the deck. I would just ask that at future meetings next year when this comes up, the slides were not actually in our packet, and this is really good. A lot of information here to digest every year. I have to always refresh myself on this. I would just ask that in the future that this be included in our packet so that we can fully understand obviously all of the work you guys have done. So again, I appreciate it. Thank you,
They were
John.
done last week, you would have had it.
John, can you go back to the slide where it showed the impact on a large apartment building for what savings they would get from a split tax rate? Yeah, I think it's that one. The apartment buildings,
That's here.
115,000.
Yeah.
So if we were to do what Patrick is suggesting, those four, I think it's now 4 of the top 10 apartment taxpayers in town would get a a savings of around $115,000 each? Or is that?
No, in this case, this is if you were to shift and split the rate and have a lower rate. If
So all the,
what he wanted to do was just bring the rate back to where it would have been. So you'd be giving them a break and then equalizing the rate in a way. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, you're offsetting.
Yeah.
well, they wouldn't get the residential
They
tax.
wouldn't
exemption.
get the exemption, they'd be paying a similar rate. It'd be the commercial industrial that would be absorbing the residential exemption, essentially. You'd be shifting that resident exemption to the commercial industrial. If you were to shift such that you brought the rates down, so if you made a residential rate at $20, right?
Yep.
I have to think this through, no, because it would be $20, but the commercial rate would still be $15.93. So in order to equalize it, you'd make the commercial rate, you'd have to bring the commercial rate up to some point above $15.93 that you wanted the residential, maybe you normalize them. I don't know, I've never.
Yeah, but I mean, whatever, with Patrick's thing,
Yeah.
sorry, just, what would happen here is, whatever it's doing, it's balancing out residential, higher folks wouldn't get a tax savings, lower folks would get double, or lower values, double. Commercial is, because they get hit first with the split tax rate, they're gonna be paying more, basically.
Is that your question, Mark?
No, I'm just trying to figure out if we split the tax rate and did the residential exemption,
yeah.
right, which is what Patrick's suggesting, would those large apartment buildings end up saving money?
It depends where you end up with your residential rate. If you just did the exemption, it's going to cost them money. It's going to have higher.
No, but we're
So
suggesting
if
doing
you,
both.
but my point being, if you then shift, right? So if it bumps the residential rate to $20 and you say, well, I wanted to get back to $15.93, then you're going to shift sufficient burden, provided that you can, and the apartment buildings wouldn't see an increase. It would be right where it was.
So, but I think where you're headed, Mark, if I hear you correctly, is there's a difference between a rental property and a condominium property.
Yes.
Right? So I think what you're asking is, and I have this question in my mind as well, is if you did a commercial split and you also did a residential split, how would the condominium properties,
Condominiums are residential properties.
so they would benefit from the residential split, they would not be affected by the commercial impact. And I also want to be clear, I'm not suggesting this, I'm asking questions. I just want to understand this better, so that I understand how I can vote on a motion.
It's just, it's apartment I think condos, but apartment buildings are residential.
Yes. Apartment buildings are residential. Condos are just like houses. They're houses in a building.
Okay, so okay.
They're not
I'd have to go back to
single-family
your meetings because I thought that
Single-family
commercial,
condos are the
I thought that
same.
commercial residential buildings were treated as commercial buildings.
Residential buildings are residential. There's no such thing as.
Oh, good. So in theory, if I'm hearing you correctly, then that offset that I'm talking about actually positively affects residential housing inside of commercial properties.
Yeah, you're like a larger apartment complex.
Yes.
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 Right, but I also think if I know where maybe the thought is going here is in this example of $115,000 in savings, there is zero guarantee that is passed on to the renters
Well, I get it, but
because they are commercial entities.
I get it, but in the same breath, we also talk about the impact to the largest taxpayers in the community at 15% of our total tax levy being a large portion of these large complexes. And in theory, you've negated a big section of that. If you put the slide up again of your top properties, right? I believe a couple of them were residential, commercial properties. You've now eliminated that through the residential exemption.
So I don't want to get, I don't know if we're at the debate point or the question point.
I mean, I still want to get to the
Yes.
public. It's public hearing. So, and just for that last thing we were looking at, if I'm correct, that was at the max. That 113 was at the max exemption.
Yeah.
That's if we went to 1.5.
Yes, agreed. Yep.
So that's the most you would save there, but if you went to a
Yes.
1.05 or 1.1, it would be much lower.
Much lower, yes. And that would be the balance you'd have to strike.
Right.
And it's only a $35 million property. We have some 50.
Yeah. I do want to open it up to the public. We have a number of people on for anybody that has comments or questions.
Use the bracer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe just, yep, that person.
So KC, if I see it correctly, is that?
That might be Karen. You're on mute.
No, Karen Chapman.
Karen Chapman.
Oh,
Hey, Karen, if you can unmute yourself. Oops.
Sorry about that.
No
Can you hear
problem.
me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Karen Chapman, president of the 49.95 Regional Chamber of Metro West, and I'm here to speak on behalf of your Westborough business community. A lot of great information today, a lot of great questions, and I appreciate the spirit of that discussion. However, I think some of the points that we do want to talk about, which was said by John earlier, is that there's a lot of personal properties, a significant amount of money paid by your business community, which does help offset the taxes of the residential community. Also, I know as a member of your Westborough Economic Development Committee, we are constantly talking about the open space we have in downtown. There's obviously, there's a lot of open space on Route 9. There's a lot of commercial office space that's still empty. And we want to drive business back into those open properties so that they can visit our restaurants and our local shopping and retail and do business here in our community. I think it's very important to say that your business community is also the ones that are supporting a lot of your local charities, a lot of your sports leagues, a lot of your community events. They give hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, back into your community. And I would highly recommend that, since a lot of your community is certainly small business. As a matter of fact, approximately 80% of U.S. businesses are considered small. Anything that would be passed down to the property owners would go to your small business community. So I would like to urge you to continue to maintain a single tax rate.
Thank you, Karen. Another hand raised.
person on the screen.
Mr. Savoy, I think that's you. If we can come off mute.
Yes.
Up. Hello,
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Good. Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I'd like to speak in favor of a shift of a portion of the tax levy from residential class to the commercial, industrial, and personal property classes. And primarily the reasons being the economic picture of residents. I wanted to thank Patrick Welch for providing me with the new benchmark communities a little earlier today. I did a quick check in terms of looking at the expenditures of the town versus the income of its residents, and looking at income per capita, we rank 13th out of the 16 new benchmark communities, and the operating budget per capita ranks second highest out of the 16 communities. So we're still with the new benchmark communities, we're still really spending more than the means of the taxpayers. The taxpayer, residential taxpayers, I should say, I think I heard Jonathan say, pays approximately 65% of the total tax levy, and approximately 35% comes from commercial, industrial, and personal property. We know that the valuation of residential property has been going up, and that the commercial properties, industrial properties have been going up, not as much. So there's a shift taking place there that is placing more responsibility, more costs on the homeowner. Looking at the new data, the new benchmark communities, the single-family tax bill for Westborough ranks third out of 16. So we're still up there in terms of our tax bill compared to our benchmark communities. So I think this data points to the fact that the residents of the community need a fair and equitable solution to provide some real relief for the residential taxpayer. I would also point out that, and I think this dovetails with Jonathan's comments, that new growth comes primarily from the commercial, industrial, and personal property classifications. New growth drives more expenditures. But as I said before, most of the tax levy comes from the residential classes. So you have the business community driving new growth, and yet the residents are paying more taxes. I would also just mention that we're looking at communities, the 16 communities, 4 of those communities have a split tax rate. And that 163 communities of the 351 cities and towns in the state do have split tax rates. So it's not an unknown thing. It's a process that can relieve the residential class of some of its burden. I would believe that a shift would be fair and equitable. And I would add a couple of points to Jonathan's point about the pros of a split tax rate. He offers residential property owners tax relief. That is absolutely true. But would also enable new and long-term residents to remain in the town. We've heard that over and over again being an issue. And I think in addition to that, a split tax rate would be providing a more sustainable growth, a more affordable growth to the community. So I would ask the board to consider a split tax rate to give economic relief to the residential taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Are there others on the Teams meeting that want to speak? If you do, please raise your hand so we can identify you. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Anybody? Am I missing anybody there? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, but if folks are having problems, we'll keep looking at this. Please try to go ahead and raise your hand and we can come back to you since this is a public hearing. I will bring it back to the board for comments and discussion.
If I may, today at the Economic Development Committee meeting, the committee voted unanimously to support a single tax rate. Just want to pass that along.
Thank you. others?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I wish there was a magic bullet here for how to lower the tax rate, frankly, for both residential owners and commercial properties, and impact smaller businesses. To Karen Chapman's point, 80% of businesses in the United States are small businesses. So, I think that some of the earlier slides that John showed us around kind of how we have managed in terms of our levy capacity. Certainly, we've had some spikes over the years in terms of increases year over year, but I think we've also seen those level out. We could certainly pull that slide back up if anyone wants to. I am not in favor of a split tax rate. I'm not in favor of the exemptions as presented. I never have been. And I think that look, no one wants to pay more. No one wants to pay more. But I think sitting in this seat, every board member sees how, every time we have a union contract that's coming up for negotiation, people want to get paid more and more than even sometimes what we start out with as a baseline, kind of a baseline starting point. And I understand that. And we want to keep great employees here across all aspects of our town, and including our schools, of course, when I say that. And I think people come to Westborough for the variety of experience that's offered here, whether it's great police service, great fire service, great schools, plowed streets. I could go on and on and on. A community center, which I'm sure I just got eggs thrown at me for that one. But no, but in all seriousness, a new library that I think people are going to be very excited about. And municipal government is expensive, period, for any number of reasons. And that's not a slight to the people managing it or the people working in it. It is expensive, and we have a great town, and we've done a great job thoughtfully managing our budget. Are there ways in which we could maybe save and be more efficient? Yeah, I'll always advocate for greater efficiencies, and I would challenge our town manager through this conversation or my comments here to look for ways in which we could do that. Challenge the way we've done that, and I think she does, and I think that our departments do. But I'll put that out there as a plug again. But we just had and I'm going along here in the tooth, I apologize, but our fire chief just came before us, and, none of us hesitated to say, yeah, we need that person. And numbers wise, it makes sense. And we also heard that in a couple of years, there's going to be a need for 3 more positions. Our police chief came to us with a grant just to add 1. And I was just talking with a resident the other day who said, and I saw him walk in, so I see him in the back so he can listen to this now, is that we need to have their issue before me was we need to have our police station downtown staffed 100% of the time by someone. So when someone walks in, now I don't know what that implication is, but I think a lot of people feel that way. And people expect services, and they're not for free. And I don't think it's fair just to shift the burden to the commercial entities. They don't use our services in the same way. Can I quantify that? No, they don't use our services in the same way that residents use them. plain and simple. Yes, they use the roads. Yes, they use the sewer, but they pay for police details. You know, yes, they use the, fire, safety apparatus, but like we all do. And I think that that's just kind of a basic service in town. So long and short, I appreciate, the interest in, splitting the tax rate. I'm not in favor of it. But I do think it's a worthwhile and very intentional conversation to have every year, as we do when we keep, I think, getting better at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelby.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah, and looking at the, start with the exemptions, I think we're in agreement on the small commercial exemption. I think we've talked about in the past, it really just benefits the landlords of those small businesses. Most of them don't own the buildings they're in. So that really makes, no sense in our circumstance to consider that. For the residential exemptions, and when you look at the communities that have those, it's shifting the burden typically to folks who aren't residents of those communities, right? Who have second homes in those communities. Or, there's a tremendous number of rental properties. That's really not Westborough. Here you would be shifting between homeowners, between residents, and I don't know that I'm not in favor of that. So it really comes down to whether or not we maintain the single tax rate. At this point, I'm still in favor of maintaining the single tax rate. That is going to mean, I believe, for the average single family home, a 4.76% increase in the tax bill, if my calculations are correct. And that's something that we as a board need to continue to work on, and improve on. And we've seen some improvements this year, but certainly we need to continue to maintain that. But at this time, I'm also not in favor of shifting to our commercial base. I feel in town that it's beginning to come back following COVID. There has been some construction. You see more of it happening on Route 9, and I want to ensure that we support that continued growth coming out of COVID, and hopefully that's what we'll see. So at this point, I would be in favor of maintaining the single rate.
Let's jump in. I have a few things here. First, just back to the presentation. I do appreciate, John, your bringing in the Prop 2.5. It's a question we get all the time, and the fact that when we look at it, I may be saying this wrong or oversimplifying it. I don't know, but when I look at it, if we generate an increased excess levy capacity, to me that means that we're not taxing to the level of Prop 2.5. So we're living within Prop 2.5. And I think we've looked back. There's only been a couple of years in the last 10 or 15, 20, whatever the number is, that we've actually exceeded Prop 2.5. So Patrick, back to your question, I think the way I look at it is I want to see us increase excess levy capacity every year, because that means we're living in a situation, whereas if we didn't have excess levy capacity, we would not be needing an override. So I think it's a way to look at it. And we do benefit because of, even though we'd like a more even split, we always talk about that between residential and commercial, we do benefit because of commercial, industrial, and personal property, as well as new growth in those aspects. So thank you for that. Basically, what I'm going to say here, basically, I'm in favor of maintaining a factor of 1, so a single tax rate. I don't agree with the exemptions. I won't say, because I'll just echo what other board members have said. I just don't think they make sense here for Westborough, the residential, and I think I said it last year, but I echo what Sean said there. It's basically neighbor versus neighbor. This is not a, a second homeowner or a rental property versus someone who's a resident. This is resident versus resident that would be primarily impacted here. And I think that's just a bad precedent for us to set amongst the community. To me, it's just not a kind way to treat your neighbor. I think the other piece that I have is, or a couple other pieces. Remember, residents vote on spending. That's town meeting votes on spending. Our commercial, industrial, they don't get a vote. So they don't get to vote on spending. The residents do. So they vote on what they want to spend, but then say, save my taxes and have somebody that doesn't get a chance to vote pay. I think if we want lower taxes, we got to figure out ways not to spend as much as we do, even though we're under Prop 2.5. I don't know how we do that. I think echo Shelby's point. So I think we run a really good town. Residents get what they're asking for, but it costs money. We have inflation, and prices go up, and we just need to pay for it. We got to figure out, continue to figure out ways to gain efficiency. So again, echoing what others said. The other piece I would just add is echoing what John said before of the values of commercial. If we raise the expenses on commercial properties, we're going to lower the value of commercial property. So we get ourselves, in my view, into a downward spiral that we're back each year. And it's almost like deficit spending in a way. We're going to have to, go back for more. And I think that we hear from town meeting, we hear from others is, do a better job of bringing more businesses into town. If I was on economic development or, a volunteer or our professionals in that space, it's really tough as, hey, we want to attract more people, but just so you know, we're going to charge you more taxes and it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. So please come in, but expect that we're going to continue to increase your taxes because we're in this spiral and it's tough to get out of it. I think we've talked about that and we see it in the news. Worcester's trying, but is finding it's really, really difficult for them to get off a max rate. So to me, it's we make that choice. We need to be sure that we are comfortable living with it for a while, because to get out of it, you're going to have to charge the residents more money at some point, and that's tough to get out of. So, sorry, one final piece, and I said this many years. When I look at it, the 70-30 split, and Shelby, it's back to your points. Yes, they use services, but commercial properties are not using our schools. Now, some of their employees may be, but the commercial properties are not. If we think about it, roughly 70% of our overall budget is paid to the schools, 30% other strategies. If I think about it simply, our residents are paying for the schools, our commercial, industrial, and personal property taxes are paying for every other service in town, DPW, police, fire, town manager. It's in a way you can look at it that way. So I just think it goes back to John's kind of final point on pros and cons. Is it fair and is it equitable? I think what's fair and equitable is a single tax rate. So my vote here tonight is to maintain that factor of one and a single tax rate. Sorry, I spoke long there too, but Patrick, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you guys covered a lot of my points, so I don't want to rear it. I am against. I am for a single tax rate, so the factor of one. For a lot of the reasons you said, I think there is a downward spiral on commercial values that the residential owners would have to make up. I also think there's no going back. I wish there was a magic wand where I could save everybody money, but this is not it. This is not the way to do it. Sorry, distracted by the vacuum. I think that it's not the right way to bring businesses to town. We really need to shift that ratio from 70 to 30 back to where it was at one time at like 60-40. That's the solution. And splitting the tax rate is not going to do that. We need, it's not, there's no like short term, we're going to fix this tomorrow. This is a long term process. And, I just don't know how to get around that. As far as the exemption goes, I'm absolutely against the exemption, the residential exemption. I actually would save money. I looked at my valuation and I would save money. And I really struggle with the idea that I would save money and somebody who's been in their home for 70 years and is on a fixed income and their home happens to be worth $1.5 million. And I think that describes a lot of people in this town. They would actually have to pay more. And I struggle with the idea that I'll take the over 55, the Pulte project, right? There's a lot of people up there that are on fixed incomes that deserve, I would love to offer them a break in taxes. But I would be willing to say that there's a lot of people up there who sold their $2 million home in Wellesley and have a 401k and have plenty of income coming in still, and we just arbitrarily give them a tax break. Not to mention the tax break for the big apartment buildings that I just can't imagine why we would just hand them money. They're not going to pass it on to their tenants. So, I don't know a lot about I don't see any benefit to the small business one, so I won't even spend time on it. But I am, those are my votes. So.
Thanks. Patrick, I know you had stuff before, but anything further to?
No, I don't think.
Okay. Just going back to, didn't see any other hands raised or anything there, but any other public comment at this time? If not, is there a motion from the board?
Do you want to close the hearing first?
Nope.
Motion to not adopt a residential exemption or small commercial exemption and to maintain a single tax rate by adopting residential factor of 1.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor? And opposed? So it's 4-1, 5 being present. Thank you for that. Thank you for everybody who made comments. Now I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? So 5-0, the public hearing is closed. Thank you,
John.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I will tell you as well that Marlboro held their classification hearing last night, and they dropped they were at 30% right where we were. They're now at just over 25% non-residential value. Or, yes.
So 75% residential.
Yes, 70, yes. I think it was 74, but yeah, basically. So it's going around. And they increased the
Wow.
We gonna go back to downtown or we?
Yeah, and then we go with that downtown, but do you want to,
Yeah, so.
just because of the time, so we're 9 o'clock right now?
Yeah, we're supposed to go into executive session with town council, and so I didn't know if folks are available Friday morning for executive session instead of this evening, given where we're at in the agenda.
Yes.
Or so I guess anytime Friday.
Yes.
Does it have to be Friday?
It can't be before Friday.
No, could it be Monday? Or does it have to happen this week? Only reason I'm asking, I have
Things going on.
I have an 8 to 9:30 and a 10 to 11 on Friday already.
I can do Friday or Monday anytime at this point. So
If we could do Monday, I could do Monday morning.
When on Monday can there's
the question was Monday
Yep.
morning. Let me check one other thing.
Can you do after 11? He just hasn't responded, so.
Yeah, I could do,
I could also do Tuesday morning because I have that blocked off for
Yeah.
executive session.
So on Friday, I would have to do,
Oh, Monday's fine, so.
can you do Monday?
I can do Monday
Like
morning.
8 a.m. Monday? People do 8 a.m. Monday?
Sean?
Yep.
Patrick just left, but
Can we do, I might have to join a little late at 8.
What time would be better?
What do you need?
No, like 8:15.
8:15?
8:10 even. I just-
8:15.
8:07?
Can you do 8:15?
I've got to get the dog to daycare.
We
and
can-
then
Eight
drop off.
So let me
8:15?
check with Patrick and then, but I'll just let him know.
Yeah, Patrick's coming back up. He just
Okay.
had to,
Okay.
Okay.
There's a specific time. It's
Yeah.
a long story.
That's okay.
No.
Don't get a puppy. It's not daycare, it's training. And
let's look at 8:15. We'll check with Patrick when he comes in. So I am going to move us back to the downtown plan presentation just for comment. So I think as
Do we just want to make sure she's here? Kimberly, is that her name? Oh, Lisa, okay, that was not even close. I'm sorry. It's like, it's the company name, sorry.
Patrick, just real quick.
Yes, Bill and I are here still.
Okay.
Sorry to thank you. Well, I should say thank you for staying on as we go here.
Of course.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, great.
Okay, so I will open it up for this, going back to the presentation on the peanut, I'll say.
Oh, that one's gonna stick.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
No, but again, Bill, thank you for the presentation before. Sorry, we bumped it around, but hopefully folks now can jog their memory back. But open it up to for comments. As was reiterated there, this is, I think we can think about this similar to what we do for site plan review in the sense that we're not voting on anything tonight, but we can provide comments to send to the planning board as they prepare to hear the presentation in a couple weeks, I guess, the timing for that. So think about it that way. Pros, cons, just feedback to provide to them as they get ready to prepare for that meeting. So I open it up.
You wanna go?
I can go. I mean, I think it's an improved plan from the streetlight plan. I think there's still a lot of open questions on it, but I feel like we're getting on the right track. I'm not clear that it's going to move traffic any better, but I don't think it's going to move it any worse. But I do believe it will improve pedestrian safety. I do have some questions on it for the presenter. How much space between the crosswalks and the entrance to the rotary? I've always maintained that we would need at least one car length, preferably 2 car lengths, so that 2 cars are queued to enter the rotary without having to worry about pedestrians in a crosswalk. Right. So I would want.
You talk to the microphone. I just want to make sure that they can.
I would want
the question.
Is that not?
No, that's good.
Okay. I would want the crosswalks far enough from the rotary entrance that 2 cars could queue, and we would continually have. We wouldn't have pedestrians impeding cars' access to the rotary because that crosswalk would be far enough away that there would constantly be cars queued up ready to find that gap. So that's something I think is important.
Just a question on that, though. That would be entering the rotary, but cars coming off the rotary.
Cars coming off the rotary would also have 2 car lengths to see pedestrians and stop.
With the blinking lights, so they stop.
And stop. so they would not be impeding traffic in the rotary.
Okay.
Right? For the traffic for the rotary that wanted to go to another exit on the rotary.
So is that a question you want to
Well,
respond on?
that's one of my questions. Are the crosswalks elevated or different surface? I think he may have covered this, but it was a quick presentation. I know he talked about possibly some angle parking on Union Street if we went one way. I'm wondering if we could do some parallel parking as well in the section that is not adjacent to Bay State Commons. If you know, so if
On
you
the
only
other
have,
side of the road in front of the,
across from the Korean restaurant. So on, where Todd Alexander's parking lot is.
up the street there.
Oh,
Yeah.
further up the street.
Yeah, I mean, if the whole section of Union from East Main to Boston Interior is one way, or wherever we stopped it,
So if it's one,
we actually only own up to where the fountain was.
The connection section.
Yeah. So I'm if we went one way, well, which direction would it be for one thing, but also would we gain any parallel spaces? I don't like the fact that it looks to me like there's no parking on South Street. Would we just be counting on the municipal lots? I think that would have a negative impact on the hit and run businesses, the Red Barn Coffee or the dry cleaner or I don't know, just some fair, some place that you're just running in and out.
A liquor store.
Mark, I think I'm looking at it right now. I think that if I'm interpreting this right, there are spaces there on South Street on both sides.
A handful.
She's saying
it looks like,
Okay, so that's good news then.
Do you want? Yeah.
Yeah, can you respond? Because I had the same question. I'm curious about South Street. I'm curious about liquor store. I'm also curious about the arcade building where we have 4 businesses in that spot, whether there's any parking remaining there.
yeah, and I had a general question about an actual, net change in this proposal of parking in this locus area. Are we up or down overall parking? And then specific questions.
Right. And I just had a couple more that I could either, I don't know if you want a response to what I've already dealt with, or you want me to just finish my...
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right now, the only crossing on the new, I call it the new Milk Street because it's actually Summer Street for part of that, and
Yep.
we might want to rename it Brigham Street or something. I don't know. It's going to get all confusing, but
You mean the
Well, Summer Street looks like it moves down now in this picture.
north side, you mean?
so the north side of the where the new traffic is going to be routed.
Yep.
That is actually technically that's Summer Street for part of it, and then I don't even know what it's called between, in front of Dairy Queen.
Or whatever,
Yeah.
but we know what you're talking about.
The police chief probably knows what it's called, but it looks like the only crossing is at the Rotary. I don't know where the next crosswalk is. Should there be another crosswalk, maybe where Grove Street? Because I don't see how people are going to get. If that's going to be the main traffic flow, we talked about some raised crossings elsewhere. At West Main and Central, I think, was one. And should there be another raised crossing somewhere along there so that the neighborhoods stay connected in some way, the High Street neighborhood, and
Maybe-
then the last.
Maybe
Well,
it
go
might
ahead.
be good for me to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, there's a little echo or delay here, but let's see. Regarding the crosswalks being far enough away from the roundabout, it's following standard design guidelines of these kinds of facilities. it's at least a vehicle, potentially two.
It looks that way,
What
but
we have, what we haven't,
it looks that way
what
to
we
me.
haven't done yet, what we haven't done is like, there could also be rapid flash beacons at these crossings. There could be different material used on the crosswalks, and we haven't done raised there, but again, we're still early in that whole design process, so those kind of details we can always revisit. In terms of Union Street, we'd have to look at that, because remember I showed you that potential truck turn movement, and where that comes into Union Street. You may
Yeah.
not have room for the additional parallel parking.
But could we, if we keep Brigham two-way, could we restrict Union Street from truck traffic?
Could.
Yeah, I don't
I'm not
actually.
concerned about that
I
one.
mean,
Yeah,
that's,
I don't
yeah.
actually
and then if
want to use it. I didn't like the truck traffic routing on Union Street at all. I don't want to route it towards Bay State Green. I'd rather have it stay on Brigham.
Correct.
I thought that was a better solution, and
that's fine.
Yep.
It's fine.
if anything, I'd like to see Union
Yeah, we
be
can
the.
look at that.
Bill, if anything, I'd like to see Union be the bikeable way to get down to the community center, rather than having.
Yeah.
Because
No,
I don't think
yeah.
that you have I don't think Brigham is wide enough to put a side path or sharrows or anything on. So I would rather route bike traffic down Union Street, and have that.
That's a good
be
idea. I mean, we don't show it on the concept, but as we were working in the office on it, we knew we could get bike accommodation through the downtown core to Union, and then you either turn down Union and go through Bay State Commons, or go up High Street.
Right.
So that's a good idea. The additional crosswalks on Milk or Summer or whatever we're calling it, yes, that can be, it makes sense. We didn't detail where that would happen, but certainly
Yeah, I
can
thought
define that.
I thought it might make sense to do it somewhere about where the 9/11 monument is, in front of the fire station. But I don't know.
Yeah.
And then there was talk about making Grove Street a right turn only. I've actually wondered, would there be any interest in just dead ending Grove Street and making everybody on Grove Street go out to Church Street?
That would change what the proposal was of removing the entrance off Milk into the fire station, right? Because you'd have to, all the police traffic would
Well,
be
you wouldn't-
on Grove to Church to go in.
Well, you wouldn't have any cut-through traffic through the parking lot if it didn't go anywhere. That was the problem. Right.
No, they would cut through Grove to get into that back neighborhood area, I think.
Or cut through the parking lot.
No, what I'm saying
So-
is if you just dead-ended Grove and expanded the fire station parking lot and with no rear exit to Grove Street. So everybody on Grove Street would have to go out to
Possibility.
church. Right.
I haven't
If I
thought
lived on
of-
Grove
thought
Street, I wouldn't
through
mind
that
it being a
yet,
dead-end
but,
street, but I don't know how they would feel about it.
I don't know how Church Street would feel about it either.
Yeah.
Parking? I don't understand.
Yeah, we had raised an idea of just making it one way away from Milk to Church, but we didn't end with any conclusion on that.
It's
Okay.
interesting.
It's just,
Yeah.
if you know me, I think out of the box, and that was an out of the box idea. So if you just said Grove Street's going to dead end at the last house on the street, and the fire, you expand the parking lot or whatever, we might gain some public parking, because right now that is all dedicated to.
Places would have to be able to get out to Bruce. The houses
Well, that's
on those three properties would have to be able to, that's where their driveways are,
Yes.
right here,
You'd have
1,
to
2,
have some
3.
two-way
Okay, yeah.
access down to that point.
Anyway, but it's an interesting
Yeah.
thought about, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But I definitely would
we-
support either the right turn only from Grove Street, or I don't know about a one-way. Which way would it go? That's the question.
Okay.
All right, so those were my main questions.
Parking,
The parking.
Bill, do you want me to take about the parking displacement?
Yes.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
For the roundabout, if we are not including Union Street, which is the angled parking, which is a gain of 23 parking spaces, that would be a displacement of 55 parking spaces. But if we are including Union Street, the displacement or the reduction number of parking, it's about 32.
Can you just expand on the 53 or whatever that number was? 55? Like, where do we,
Yeah.
I guess where I'm concerned is there's a lot of, I mentioned arcade building, but even going down West Main, the liquor store, other shops that are on downtown, I'm concerned that we talk about revitalizing downtown, but those are like pop-in stores, and it'd be easier to go to Dunkin' Donuts than to Red Barn, because you can park right there. Red Barn, you'd have to park and somewhere a ways and walk to it. Again, I know you're going to interview and talk to business owners, but it'd just be something that I would be concerned with us landlocking some of these, what I'll call pop-in type stores, and would it hurt them from a business standpoint?
So the angle parking, all the parking within the roundabout is eliminated. So the angle parking in front of the liquor store is removed. The parallel spaces in front of the arcade building removed. We've added angle parking on that section of Milk Street near Summer. We've added a few parallel spaces on the other side of Milk Street. We've, on West Main, to accommodate bikes, to eliminate the safety risk that people brought up about the angle parking, we converted everything to parallel parking.
But where does that start?
And you do.
Sorry.
So on the liquor store side, on the corner,
Yep.
there's a parallel space like right next to their door on that street, on that side of the street.
Okay.
On the other side, the Cha-Cha Bean side, it does start further down the street, like right around Cha-Cha Beans. It doesn't, you don't have the angle parking.
All right, so you start in front of
that
Westborough
building
TV.
frontage
Right.
On the corner.
Probably like 50 feet.
Yeah,
from
around there, yep.
Any business.
South Street, we keep as much parking as we can. And that's why we looked at Union Street as a way to add some on-street parking that, again, is within a few hundred feet of walking to the downtown.
Quick question on the parallel parking and the angle parking. Statistically, is angle parking more safe? Because I just think if somebody parallel parking, they're backing in, back and forth, going, back, 10 times been how good they are. Just curious,
Well,
statistically.
It's better than, so some people will have a lot of problem backing out of the angle space because they can't see anything. And they can't see the bikes behind them maybe. oncoming, around other parts of the country and even in, I think, Somerville or Cambridge, they've gone to back in angle parking, but you don't think, people aren't familiar with roundabouts out here. The back in angle parking isn't gonna go very far either.
Yeah.
But we understand. We understand everything you're saying. What the challenge is you're trying to bring down the safety risk, make things more comfortable for a pedestrian, accommodate bikes through the center and to the center that you don't have today. And there's only so much road space. And so you sort of, you're trading off. An angle space is gonna use anywhere from 16 to 18 feet of asphalt, whereas the parallel space will use 9 feet.
Well, that's a good thing.
But, this kind of gets back to our discussion of the zoning down there and trying to include some type of public parking incentive in the zoning to, if somebody, let's say, the building behind us, the Sabatini's building, let's say they were to redevelop it, right? That lot's big enough, or the Shell gas station, right? Those lots are big enough that if we could incentivize them to put, 5 public spaces in or 10 public spaces in or whatever the number is, we would be, hopefully getting back some of this parking. And, that's
a very good possibility. There's community, even Shrewsbury is approving projects in the town center, which requires the business owner or a property owner to agree to open up his parking lot after 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. for public use. So that's an option. A developer providing some public spaces is another option.
Okay.
That's why the South Street lot
even if
came
they're
out
not,
of that study.
even if they're
where
not providing
it was a
public spaces,
potential-
if they're providing a contribution,
Yep.
that we could go out and acquire some, build a parking deck or whatever to increase the parking to offset some of the parking that we're losing. So,
Yep.
but that,
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
That's why I think the South Street lot was brought up in the 24 study as a potential site for a deck. It is expensive, but it may be still eligible for grant funds because you're revitalizing a downtown, you're building residential developments. So, but and that's why we've included that as a recommendation of at least move the study to determine what can you do and how are the costs and all that.
Great. Thank you.
I think those were the last of my.
Okay.
When we get into the nitty gritty, there'll be probably more, but
Yep.
the next step, phase of design. But that's all I can think of for now.
Next, Shelby, you.
Yep. So I won't repeat anything. Great questions, Mark. A couple things that I think are concerning. I like the design. I like a lot of aspects. So that's a baseline. The trees on the Rotary that you have on the Peanut now, I presume all the existing trees would have to come down?
It's probably yes.
That's a yes?
I don't know. That's probably so.
Okay.
Just because you can see the peanut, you can see the circle underneath the peanut. It sort of shifts everything to the right.
Yeah, I can't
So I would
quite.
say probably yes.
Okay, okay. So I think that's going to be a big deal for a lot of people. And so I think we just need to be aware of that. And if we were to plant trees, I think that they need to be planted at not skinny little caliper trees. I'm just saying we'd have to budget for substantial trees to be put in there right away that, can grow and all that good stuff. So I do think that that's everything's a trade-off, but I think that that's going to be concern. We have invested as a town a fair amount of money over the years in the light poles. Do those have to be moved in this model?
I don't think so. We haven't gotten to that level of detail.
Yeah, okay, well, put it on the
but
question
we're
board.
seeing those remaining, and then wherever we need to add some, we'd match the design of them.
Okay, well, just put it on the question board. Again, just, I think of all these things of cost and changes, and it's particularly relevant right now because we just did a whole downtown lighting area, so.
Yep.
You mentioned something about kind of traffic slowing down. I think kind of, I echo Mark's comments on, is it going to be slower? How much? Maybe not worse. I'm not necessarily opposed to slower traffic if it flows better. So I do think modeling that out and for people to see that visually will be helpful. One thought on the south side of the Milk Street, that one-way area would be maybe a suggestion of limiting, really limit size of traffic that can go through there. So only like vehicles, like cars, not all trucks would have to go on the other side. That's one thought that I had, including fire. But obviously would want to get input from our fire chief. And then regarding trucks with these WB67s that you reference, can we prohibit them from being in the downtown? That was a question that I'm not asking you to answer that, but that was one question of, can we basically say they can't come through this area, they've got to route themselves elsewhere? That might get to Mark's long-term wish of access on the Mass Pike, but that's out of scope for tonight's question.
What about trucks like to Roach Brothers and whatever?
I don't know what type of, and again, I don't want to limit commerce. I know we've got that other whatever, that business down on Brigham,
Right.
But I don't know how common that's, he mentioned the 40s and then the 67, so I'm just not sure. Again, we don't also want to box ourselves in and not be able to accommodate a truck. So I was just asking, like,
What do you mean long-term? What? That's right around the corner.
Regarding the bikes and accessing to Summer Street and then kind of to High and to Water, my suggestion would be going on that, going right down Summer Street all the way to Water Street and then just picking up, not routing bikes up a pretty significant grade on High Street. That just, maybe it's because I'm lazy, but that's a suggestion. And then I got to be honest with you. When I saw your number of $5 million for the cost, I was like, sign me up today. Let's get this thing done. Because honestly, no, I don't even know where that number comes from. So if it's a great number and you're confident of it, then leave it there. If you're not, then I really worry about that being out as a commitment, because the amount of work and disruption that this is going to cause, I don't know, 5 million seems like
Cheap.
Yeah, really cheap.
Small.
Really cheap, really small. No way is what I'm saying. So again, not intended to be offensive in that comment. I don't believe that number. So anyway, those are my comments, but I like the overall, I like what we're trying to achieve and recognizing there's going to be a lot of trade-offs. I get it.
Thank you.
Sean.
Sure. Pardon me, I think I missed this earlier. So the pink area around the center there, what does that represent? Again, that's not actually part of the rotary.
No, it's the area where trucks can roll over.
So
but
it is a
if-
curb
if-
there, yeah.
So it's that looks like a
It is part of the rotary.
significant curb, but like nobody's standing there. It's really just for trucks to get around it. The actual,
Well, I think,
I don't think it's a curb. I think it's flat.
It's called,
so that
a
the-
trench apron, so it would be curbed on the asphalt. So on the driving side, there'd be a small curb, where, normal passenger cars don't want to go up and over it. But a large truck and the rear wheels can easily, go up onto the apron. The apron would be a different material, different color. It would look part of the streetscape in a way. We can show some pictures sometime, if you need to see some, from
no,
around the area.
that's okay.
Kind of like Kelly Square, I think.
I was just sort of trying to figure out that it really isn't then part of the for residency usable area.
well, I would say here, I was going to jump in on that, because, again, if you look at this, this provides no access to the rotary
Right.
in the center.
That's one of my questions.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that's okay, but I know, and we're going to talk about this later today, but there's a lot of people in town that would not be. But I think right now, that's why you see no crosswalks going there. So it is part of the rotary, but is your question about would people be standing there? I think the way this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the way this is intended is that that area is not a public space.
It would be like a visual signature entry into
So-
Westborough downtown, sort of.
So I just on that note, I would just say, Ian, first of all, I just brought up a picture of Kelly Square. I drove through there just the other day. That apron, that's what it looks like, what they're proposing. I would also say Kelly Square has 2 crosswalks that go out to the middle. So it
Yeah, but
is,
those
and that's
are
a much more
it's-
complex
It's a little
intersection.
different. It
And
is, but it's a lot longer. It's a lot longer. Peanut.
It is. It's probably
and they're
30%
they're
longer.
moving people to the ballpark and all that. So that's how they work that in. We would prefer not to do it on this one. We're not saying that you absolutely couldn't do it, but we don't see the super value of doing it.
I'm sorry, let me just jump in here and say that I think there are a lot of people in this town that see a lot of value in accessing the Rotary for various purposes. So just be very careful. From a design perspective, you may not see value. From a resident perspective,
Voting at town meeting.
The traditional
there's a lot of tradition there, and you're going to get a lot of pushback.
Understood. I was talking.
Yeah,
really
no, I
from the
understand. I
safety
just,
aspect.
I'm trying to share my comments here as well as, preparing you for conversation down the road. Anyway, Sean, I know you have the floor.
Yeah. So and it's currently not a cut through. It is just a single access into and out of the space. So I wanted to check here, and I don't know if some of these around the Rotary are just suggestions for future use. Here behind the Red Barn Coffee Roasters, it says public parking. That is not public parking, is it? That's
After town hall hours.
Parking
Yeah,
right out
it's-
here is
yeah.
public parking.
behind Red Barn, that parking lot there.
Yeah.
Where
Well,
where
we've
employees park
But-
here?
Well, there's where the employees park, and then there's some of it that belongs to the apartment complex,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
So it's not
correct.
to the public,
It's not fully
it's
public.
owned. Oh,
That's
okay.
So,
Okay.
so there is we labeled it like that because
Having a tough
there
time
is some
hearing you.
Public parking of it. Oh, I'm sorry. We labeled it that way because there is some public parking and there's a parking lot back there. So maybe we should have just said parking lot, but we know it's
Okay.
all complicated back there with a lot of different ownership. Some of the businesses do their loading back there and bring in supplies. Some, like you said, the apartments have some parking, probably deeded on that. So it's an area that I wish the geometry of it wasn't so crazy because it'd be a nice area to figure out a real efficient parking lot, even shared with the abutters. But yeah, I agreed. Okay, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, just wasn't, I just wanted to confirm. you know, that we're not really creating public parking there. Okay. I mean, I think overall I'm okay. I think I do need to see kind of how this impacts traffic through this area, especially in sort of the 5 and 6 o'clock hour. That's a major concern for folks. So, I mean, also I question cost. I don't know, but thank you for putting this together. Much appreciated.
Patrick.
Sure. Hey, Bill, thank you very much again for putting this together. And I appreciate your time a few months ago when we were able to meet, offering that time to have kind of that conversation. I think Mark also was able to take advantage of that. So thank you for doing that. And with, Jenny Gingrich and team. So I appreciate that. My questions, I guess I want to go back a little bit because I think in open meeting here in this room, as well as in those discussions with you, I've asked the question multiple times as to very early on in this process, there were statements made in regards to the safety rating of the current Rotary, and even I think the first 2 or 3 iterations of versions of it as to what their grade would. And if I remember correctly, the current Rotary was rated an E, and at that time, the best safety option that was presented was like a C. So my question to you is, on this particular design, has there been a grading of it in regards to safety? Because that is, I split this whole downtown improvement project into 2 buckets. One is safety, and that encompasses, walking, biking, all of those things, vehicle traffic. And then the other is the zoning aspects to improve the businesses and the livability of the area. So focusing on the safety piece of it, have you, or is there any plan to have a safety analysis of this proposed plan?
Well, let me, because we might be mixing up some ways I use language on it. So from the safety point of view, everything that you see on the plan right now, I would say improves safety for all those aspects that you just raised: pedestrians, bikes, and vehicle flow. Now, and the reason it does that is
sorry, I'm having a really hard time hearing you. Can you? I don't know if you're far away from your mic.
I don't know. No, is this better? I don't know if I'm getting blocked or something, but where was I? So
a little bit better. Thank you.
How this improves safety is it reduces the pedestrian crossing. It controls traffic speed through the downtown and into the circle, into the roundabout. It defines a way to accommodate bike movement through and around the downtown. So that's from a safety point of view. In my mind, major improvement with
let me pause you right there, because what I'm really looking for is an actual rating. So I don't know if that rating can be split between a rating of vehicle traffic versus pedestrian versus bike traffic. I mean, that would be ideal to say, hey, you just made a comment that bike traffic will be improved. Great. By how much, right? Where does the rating now, and what would we get out of this when we're talking about, let's just say it is $5 million, what are we getting? Are we going from an E to a B, right? That's a powerful statement that was made a year and a half ago as far as that rating, and I think we should continue with that thread because the community has heard that, and I think my ask to the planning board would be to request some sort of safety rating, official safety rating, not an opinion right now, ad hoc. And the reason why I say that is I have concerns about this peanut design in regards to, let's just use vehicle traffic as a moment. I think Mark said it a minute ago, and I agree with him that I don't think that this is going to be safer for vehicles, because vehicles are going to be engaged in the rotary longer. It's a bigger rotary, and you're creating more curves and twists through that. Now, I'm not a traffic expert, but that would be my assumption, right? So I want a traffic expert to tell us what what this rating would be. So that is my request. My other question that I've raised consistently throughout this whole process is, what are our other options? And I was glad tonight to see a little bit of language that you had in regards to some of the other pieces, right? Speed limits, reduction, things like that. And Shelby just touched on it a minute ago as to what their possibilities are in regards to restricting certain types of commercial vehicles. I'll say that I was at the Rotary just a few days ago and I watched an 18-wheeler trying to pull out of the 7-Eleven parking lot, and it took him like 5 minutes to get out of that parking lot. Really dangerous too, because he was trying to come out right onto the Rotary. So my question here, and again, I've been consistent about it. I see that there's at least one chicane in this diagram in front of the 7-Eleven. I guess you call the one in front of the arcade building also a chicane. Those are intentionally made to slow down vehicle traffic. You've talked a little bit about raised sidewalks. That's good. My question to you is, and I'll reiterate this from our one-on-one meeting, what is the option cost-wise? If it's $5 million for this, what would I get for $1 million? What would I get for $2 million in regards to simply reduce the traffic in the downtown area, or the speed limit in the downtown area is probably virtually very little cost to the town. New signage, maybe, I don't know. To put raised crosswalks from all the way from the Central House all the way up to the Dairy Queen, and same distances east-west, probably a lot less than ripping out the Rotary. And might give us the same safety rating. That's why I don't have the information that says leave the Rotary intact, but improve the environment so that you do improve on pedestrian vehicle traffic safety issues. I don't think that those things require the removal of the Rotary as it is right now. Yeah. So that would be another question. I see Mark has a hand up. I have other questions too, but Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I did not say that I thought this would be less safe. I'm just not convinced that it's going to move traffic through faster.
Sure. Okay. Sorry.
I actually think that you're confusing those ratings. My perception of those ratings that were mentioned at some of the previous meetings, not just about safety, but about traffic movement, about the overall rating of this as an intersection. So that I don't think any of those E and F and B's were just related to safety. They were also talking about improving traffic flow, and there's a number of factors that goes.
I would love to understand that
better.
And if that's the case, that's great to understand. But I would say that my recollection was it was a safety rating. Okay. But I will go back and try to.
I could be wrong.
Look at it a little bit closer. I think nonetheless, I'd like to compare apples and apples, right? I'd like to understand, what I'm getting for my dollar if we're going to rip out a very historic, very important part of our town. And
I understand what you're saying, and I would love to see some type of quantify. But when I look at this, I think common sense tells me it's going to be safer for cars and pedestrians.
Well, okay, so let's play that out. Like, I'll take a scenario. We just talked about the crosswalks, and I think your ideas and moving those back make a lot of sense. Regardless of ripping out the Rotary or doing this design, I think that makes a lot of sense. So I really appreciate your insight on that, Mark. But if I was to walk from the 7-Eleven and I wanted to go over to Cha-Cha and Beans, I've got to cross a number of crosswalks still. That doesn't change. Matter of fact, I think you're actually adding a crosswalk in here because you have to go over to the Red Barn, from 7-Eleven to Red Barn Coffee, then up to the arcade building, then back across Milk Street to go over to Cha-Cha and Beans. You actually added one more crosswalk, especially since we don't have a direct cross, at least in this proposal, across this.
But you're really just going to walk through the parking lot.
What's that?
You're really just going to walk through the parking lot.
You're probably going to park someplace else. But my point is, you've added an intersection.
We have a crosswalk right at Cha-Cha Beans. We have a crosswalk identified there.
Right.
So okay. So I'm not going to.
That actually was one of my questions. Is that a crosswalk? Because I don't know what that brown hatching is instead of the beige color next to it. Is one the bicycle path?
Yes.
Okay, and the other one is the crosswalk. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that helps. A lot of things on here.
I think what you gain is a lot of pedestrian islands in this, like safety points so
Not long
in
crosswalks.
intersections,
Right.
so that you're not crossing West Main in a crosswalk with no
Protection.
no safety point.
Yeah, but here's I guess my question on that, or my point on that would be, you don't need to again take out the circular rotary to put those things in place.
I guess
I don't know that that's true, Patrick.
Well, I could put the crosswalk across chopped beans, right?
you could put
Oh, that one.
You could put you could improve the
that would
crosswalks that are there today, or even move them, as Mark is suggesting, to improve the circulation and the
I thought you were talking
safety.
about closer
right,
to
but you'd have to get rid of the angled parking in order to put some type of center island,
Which
in West Main Street.
they've already done here. I mean, that's still going to happen
But
anyway.
isn't this what this is leading to? Is an expert is analyzing everything and saying, okay,
Yeah.
this is what you need to do, right? Not just, I mean, okay, all right, let's move on.
Yeah.
No, it's a good point. I mean, Mark, you have a lot of planning experience. I appreciate your input in educating me and certainly the community.
No,
on
and
that.
I don't mean to. It's just
But-
like we could. I mean, it. There's layman. Let's put up another flashing beacon, or let's, and I make all these suggestions, but I'm not a traffic engineer.
My point is, my bigger point here is, I have yet to see that option. The 4 presentations that I've seen have been significant modifications to the current rotary. I'm asking, what is the option for improving? Don't touch the circle. What could we do to improve the safety, pedestrian vehicle and pedestrian bike pedestrian vehicle traffic through there? And if this is $5 million, what would that cost?
Well,
and
it all
my
depends.
conversation with Bill, real quick. Well, hold on. My conversation in the one-on-one meeting with Bill was he had mentioned the concern about the granting funding, that we would be eligible in that case. That is certainly another part of the equation, right? To understand what that is, and I understand that. But if I have a choice, and I have no numbers in front of me other than the $5 million that he just said. He says that's $5 million, and let's just say the grant pays 50% of that, or maybe it pays all of it. I don't know. It's still tax dollars, right? You still have to calculate it. If you compare it to a non-modification of the rotary that might cost $1 million, is that not a tax saving for the residents, and you still get the benefit of the safety improvements? If this rates as an A, and I can do those things for
I get
a
the
B,
point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
Yeah, and I would just echo Patrick. I think what you're asking for is what we've heard in the community, other people saying, this might be the solution, and this is an improvement from all the angles and lights. But when I say the community, I'm saying conversations, Facebook, otherwise, people saying, but what else could we do besides this that's not tear up the whole downtown?
They can, I think Jenny's going to speak because they did show us something. So maybe it's not exactly what you're asking for, but I know that they used some of the older like rotary safety audit and other things to establish things that we still haven't done that are more short term.
I can't remember if we showed them that, Christie, at the July meeting.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that, Bill. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So we do acknowledge that this board had asked for looking at some short-term solutions to this. And so I just first want to reiterate that what you see here is a long-term plan. This is the big picture here. This is what eventually we want to achieve based on all the data analysis that we've done, that the engineers have done. A lot goes into this to understand whether this will actually work in the build out conditions, so the future conditions. There was a safety audit done, I believe I think it was 2019, I want to say, maybe 2020, which had a list of recommendations also. And then Kimley Horn has been putting together, I don't know if it's ready yet, but of a list of also more short-term solutions that could be done to work up to this. So maybe we make some of those changes, over the next couple years, and then that big picture isn't, such a big project at that time. So we can certainly share those recommendations with the board, but it will be part of the final proposal or final report that we get from Kimley Horn of all of the recommendations.
And along with that, with each one of those, I don't know if you call them options, but would it include that safety rating to say, hey, if we go 50%, if it's a staged approach, and I have no problem with the stage approach, right, where we say, hey, we fix all the crosswalks, let's say, and that costs us $1 million, and that gets us from an E to a C, right? Is there not a decision point that a community will make to say whether or not they want to go from a C to a B by implementing the rest of this plan with the peanut in the middle, as an example?
So I think what you're referencing is called a traffic analysis capacity, and that isn't really about safety necessarily. And Bill or Lisa can correct me if I'm wrong or maybe expand, but that is not necessarily about safety. It's about traffic flow and how traffic is flowing. So like an A rating would be essentially there's no wait, traffic is freely flowing. An F or an E rating would be, there's long wait periods where you're stopped in traffic and not moving. So that's the gist of what that rating is. In terms of safety, I am not aware of any rating or any procedure that's technical that would be able to rate a proposed safety. What they have done is based on, traffic analysis. They did look at how traffic can flow through here using Vism, which is a software. They can definitely talk better than I can about that. So all of this data goes in looking at the volume of traffic that we have currently, the volume of traffic we have based on population projections, and then also taking into consideration how pedestrians are moving through. So we're looking at where people are crossing, how they're getting through. So there's no real safety rating that I've ever heard of in my career, and so
Jenny,
if Bill or
let me just
Lisa
make
have
it
anything
really-
else to say on that, but I think you were talking about the traffic capacity analysis, which has the letter grading.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So that will also be included in this, as well as those phased options or those stages, like that traffic analysis study will be done for just crosswalks and speed limit, let's say. I don't know what is the next level down here. What are the stages that you're suggesting, and would we get that level of analysis for each one of them so we can understand the progression and what we get for our tax dollars in regards to traffic, that traffic information? I think your answer is yes, and I hope so, because that is what was presented early on in this to the community. And if it was presented then it should be presented with any future suggested proposed plan, multi-stage or otherwise.
So the answer is yes, we do have that rating, and they can project, what the rating would be for the traffic capacity analysis, but there's no analysis for like a crosswalk. We just know based on data and based on, MassDOT regulations and, studies and rules of what the recommended length for crosswalks are, timing, things like that. So I'm not sure what you mean about a rating for a crosswalk.
Yeah, so let me just add to what Jenny said. So we have all the levels of service related to the major actions, the major options, both looking at the existing volumes and then the projected future. You wouldn't have, like, if we did let's just say a bump out and a raised crosswalk at Cottage Street on South Street. there's nothing in there that's going to say, oh, well, that's going to,
No, that's not what I'm asking for.
Change the level of
be clear.
service.
Let me be clear here. Bill, that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking for is specifically, Jenny just mentioned multiple phases, I believe, right? That gets us to this at some point in the future, 8, 10 years, whatever it is. If that's to say 3 phases, phase 1 is, hey, we're going to do crosswalks. What does that get us as far as that study? The next phase is we're going to reduce speed limits in the downtown area. And I'm just throwing things out here, arbitrary things. What does that get us? Final phase, this one, right? What does that get us as far as that traffic flow and understanding it? I beat a dead horse here. I think I made my point. I would just ask that the planning board consider that in their discussions with you. I did want to move on because I did want to give you some credit in regards to expanding the scope of your view around the surrounding area. I appreciate that with the discussion around the bridge, the discussion around the bike path. I would agree with fellow member Marshall in regards to the High Street comment. It's a steep hill. I have an e-bike. It won't be so bad, but for other people, it wouldn't be so great. So to extend that, the intent of my comment in our one-on-one was really to get around the downtown area as much as possible so that bike traffic is reduced around the rotary as opposed to, it gets to the rotary and then it diverts. I would also make another comment about the train bridge. While it is absolutely technically feasible to modify that bridge in a number of different ways, heck, we built the Big Dig in Boston. I'm sure there's a way to do it, right? But in the same breath that I hear people talk about fixing that bridge, I hear also comments about how we need to reduce the commercial large vehicle traffic in downtown. And as soon as you fix that bridge, you're going to get more commercial vehicle traffic in the downtown area. So I would just caution us as we go forward in regards to that part of the discussion. And then I certainly would like to understand future-wise the greater impacts on the other intersections, like you mentioned, Church and Milk, School and Church, and School and South, because people are going to use those and to get around this, and they're also going to, what does that do to the neighborhoods? Is there a need to change traffic patterns on side streets to one way? Mark talked about that on Grove Street. I could equally say West Street might be, as a cut through. So, are those things that people need to consider looking at as a broader scope? Because this really has a huge impact on that whole downtown area. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a couple things I just want to reiterate. I think, well, one, I just want to say thank you. I think you listened. I like this better than the triangle and others. I like the fact that we've maintained a rotary, albeit different looking, whatever. But I would love to see that traffic study, because while I do agree, looking at this, how you've designed it, I absolutely think it's going to be safer. I do think it smooths some traffic patterns, but I do think hearing it's going to slow traffic down. I'd just be interested to see what it means for flow, and are we going to actually make traffic worse, the same, or is it making it better? I think it's either the same or worse, but just would be interested in seeing that. I talked about the rotary. I agree with folks. It is going to be, if you want to pass, you have to figure out how we get access there. Maybe that's, I don't know what that is, but what was the other piece that I had? Oh, the stuff I talked about before, parking. I still am a little bit concerned about businesses. Arcade building, we also have residences up above if somebody's moving in or moving out. Is there a way to similar to what you talked about with the liquor store with a delivery truck? Again, just concerned about, and I don't know if there's back access to that arcade building or not. I don't think it's not a huge move in, move out, but still thinking about the residences there. And it goes back to us trying to do mixed use downtown too. If we add residences, it's not just parking, it's also just bringing groceries in and other things to that. What was the final piece I had? I don't remember now. I think the other final piece still is really timing, and I think from a select board and our work with the planning board, it's just really is, I do think, Jenny, I think I want to learn more, kind of finish up analysis where we can, make sure we talk to stakeholders. So a lot of things that you talked about, I think would be helpful there. As I think about prioritization again, though, and spending and whatever, where does this rate in that piece? I think that's something for us to consider there right now. I'm not sure that it's a high enough priority for other things. And I think we haven't seen the capital expenditures plan now, but I think that's just something for us to think about as we get that information in, to be able to pass that information back to the planning board. So I think those are my comments to send on. Anything else? Some comments?
I think.
We beating a dead horse?
Well, no, I think it's good.
No, it's important. I mean, it's, but.
Don't say dead.
Yeah.
Don't say dead horse.
Beating the horse.
This is great.
No, this was really good, and thank you. And I really appreciate your patience with us and staying on. So, but I think, Krista, you've got, actually, Jenny's heard it from us, right? So,
We'll probably have to review the tape to get everything.
Okay.
Make sure we have everything, but no, we'll get it to them well in advance of their meeting.
yeah, and I think some of it was questions that, I mean, I don't know that we got answers to questions, but I think you can frame it from.
Probably we'll just grab most of the comments and send them along, and then
Okay.
they can.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you
very much.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to bump things around a little bit. Chief, Chief, are you just here for your one agenda item?
For the Rotary.
Oh, for the Rotary piece?
Yeah, those could be both be quick.
I think they can be very quick, yeah.
What about Jenny?
On,
Bike racks.
Bike racks.
sure. Jenny, can you, why don't you, let's go to number 8. I guess number 7, Christy, number 7, can we bump that to later? We have people.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Jenny, go to that, and then we'll move to the police chief. Thank you, Chief, for waiting. Appreciate it. And Jenny, thank you for waiting. Sorry we're so late.
No, that's okay. Actually, Kristen Belanger, the assistant town planner, is going to be giving this presentation, but I'll be here also for questions.
Thank you, Kristen.
Can everyone hear me? Hi, this is Kristen Belanger. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. I'm here today to review the potential bike parking locations around town. Last spring, we applied for a micro grant through the Central Mass Municipal Planning Organization to provide bike racks for bike parking around town. We were awarded that grant, and I'm here today to share the proposed locations for the racks. Just to review, the goal of the project was to make town safer and more attractive for residents to use alternative modes of transportation to get to work, school, recreation, downtown, and shopping without using their vehicles. Currently, we lack convenient and safe bicycle facilities across town, and this grant would provide safe and secure places to park bicycles, encouraging the likelihood that residents would make short, everyday trips using their bikes, thus reducing parking congestion and improving air quality through reduced emissions. Another aspect or goal of this project was to create some visibility within the community that highlights the efforts being made to improve pedestrian and bike infrastructure. Bike parking has been identified as a need in all of the reports that are included here on the screen. This is just a map of the locations. We have a cluster in the downtown area, and then we also identified some recreational facilities.
Hey, Kristen, we're having a little bit trouble hearing you. Could you just
Yep.
lean closer into your microphone, maybe?
Yep. This is an example of the two different types of racks that we're planning to purchase. This circular rack is capacity for 2 bikes, 1 on each side. That would be in the downtown locations. And then these inverted U racks would be in areas where there's more than one next to each other, more like a bike parking area for multiple bikes on our recreational. This is a list of the proposed bike rack locations. These locations are a result of recommendations out of the downtown development plan, feedback from our active transportation and safety committee, residents in our local bike community. We also, once we identified some places of interest, I worked with the assistant DPW director as well as the highway leadman. We walked all the locations and made sure that there weren't issues with accessibility or utilities, things of that nature, snow removal. And then I also consulted with Jen Miller from Conservation, Jen Kirkland from Recreation, and Kate Caraccio from the library. So I'm just going to go through each of the locations that are listed on the slide to show you where we propose. The first is the town library. That is something that the library building committee will decide. They did review. I had 3 circular racks proposed. Our racks matched what they intended to provide. So they will be incorporating that into their site plan. She designated, the preference is to the left of the entrance on Parkman Street. There will be 3 racks. If they don't all fit, there is some space over on the right. The next location is on West Main Street in front of the Cha Cha Beans coffee shop. There would be 1 circular rack where the star is located. Currently, the kids just put their bikes in the little alleyway that's next to the building. The next location is on the other side of West Main Street on the town hall side. This would be in the area in front of the Sotheby's real estate. It's just 1 building down from town hall and where the pocket park will be. Then we have, originally we had talked about putting a spot over here where the arcade building is, but because of safety issues and the potential change for Milk Street, we felt it was a safer option to come over here in front of Anthony Joseph Realty. There's a lot of area here, so it could fit between the street tree and the light, away from the intersection. Then we go to South Street, so we go around the corner. And now this is where the Red Barn is located. To the left of the Westborough Suites entrance, there would be room to put it over here by the tree. The community center and the future senior center, there'll be 4 inverted U racks that would go along the wall between those 2 entrances. The town beach and also the pickleball courts on Lyman Street, they would go in this area. A concrete pad would be poured for 4 inverted U racks. It's close to pickleball courts, so people could park here and walk across the crosswalk. It's easy access from the street. Lake Chauncey. So if you can visualize, this is the gazebo. So if you go to the end of Dr. Solomon Carter Fuller Way, there's a parking area right here, and the gazebo is on the lake. If you follow this road down, the entrance to the charm bracelet is right over here. So I talked to conservation, and she marked out where the location could be close to the road for the concrete pad in this area. And then we have Haskell Fields. This is in front where the tennis courts are located, this area right in front of parking. And those are the locations. I just want to run through quickly the timeline for this grant. Contract execution is happening now. We'll order the bike racks once we have approval for the locations in December. We estimate they'll take 1 to 2 months to ship, and then concrete pad will be poured in March, and bike rack installations will happen 2 to 3 months over April and May. So project completion would be estimated for June. And then the next steps for the proposed locations, we did speak with planning board at their last meeting. We spoke with the conservation director, and she provided the locations for the 2 properties by the lake. So that's completed. So now we're just looking for select board acceptance of the locations today.
Great, thanks, Kristen. Open it up for questions or comments. Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. Really appreciate the presentation. I'm very supportive of the locations and the work that you've done here. My only question is, with the wayfinding project also going on and the branding of that wayfinding, with the colorization of the wayfinding, is there any opportunity for these racks to match? I don't know if black's the only option or if they could be maroon. Just curious. Similar question you had, Shelby, a couple weeks ago about brick. So just wondering if there's any options there to consider.
Yeah, the difference in color, there really isn't a difference in price. So if something like that was decided, we could put that in our order.
Okay, I think I heard you say
It would be more expensive.
more expensive. Okay.
No, there is no difference in
Oh,
price.
there is no difference.
Okay, but you,
No, I mean, if it's a very unique color, but the difference between like a maroon and a black, from what I remember looking at their pricing, it would be the same.
Good.
The black matches what the Civic Club is getting for us, which was purposeful in terms of other
And the street
things
lights.
that we have.
I
Yeah.
just thought about it. I think in the signage it actually had some black in it too. So okay.
Other comments? Or, yes.
Sean, I just
No, ready to make a motion?
Oh, sorry. Can I just, so Kristen, thank you very much. Just some, I know you've already gone through lots of approvals, so I know you're not going to want to hear this, but the location of the bike rack at East Main by Anthony Joseph Realty, that one for me was sort of a question mark. It feels a little bit right now in terms of business, and I know that a lot of people walk there, but it sort of feels a little bit like it's no man's land for a bike. And then I was surprised to not see any bike racks proposed for Bay State Commons.
Bay State Commons would be the rec center.
And
No,
can
the
you
green.
repeat that?
The green.
The green has a bike rack currently.
Oh, it has a bike rack
Yeah.
there? Oh, okay, all right, that's my thing, then that answers that. So that's fine, I just, the Anthony Joseph one seemed a little bit like, but I guess it's on that side, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I think she
I'm
said,
supportive of it.
did you say they didn't have room in front of like consignment and
Right.
delivery
Yeah,
pizza
I just-
there, so.
Felt like- Yeah,
Yeah.
and like, and again, when thinking about that, and again, I know it's public versus private property, like, is there something like over by the Borough Sugar Shack or the food pantry in that area? Would that be a spot where folks would be bringing bikes? So that's all, but
Mark.
Yeah.
And these
so-
are only the initial locations. You know, once we have these
You'll get more.
installed and we
We're
see
gonna get
how
more.
often
I
they
got
get
it.
used.
Yeah, Kristen, you're really hard to hear, but I think you're saying that these are the
First wave.
initial locations and we're going to go for more. I would agree with Shelby that as far as the Sugar Shack and that food pantry and that kind of place, I think it'd be good to have bike racks there. I also I just want to keep in mind that we just got through a discussion about completely changing downtown, and how difficult will it be to move these? I know there's no room in front of the arcade building now, but it looks like there'll be plenty of room in front of the arcade building if the redesign of downtown goes through. So just trying to keep in mind, when we do this, are we going to relocate these racks or create more racks? And then I had another question about whether there's bike racks at Veterans Freedom Park. Do we know that? Because I thought that might be a spot where,
Who's gonna buy?
I don't know of any there.
yeah, and that could be a future location too. Well, yeah, the golf course could. I'm not going to bike to the golf course.
You might.
My bag.
Bring one club.
That's all you need.
All right.
Personally, I have no comments. I mean, I think hearing that, this is the start, I think the work that folks have done satisfies me. So I'm happy with getting this done. I'm happy we have a grant, and I think it's a good start. So
I agree. Sean.
All right, I move to approve the proposed locations for the bike racks funded through the Mass DOT CMMPO Micro Projects Grant as presented by the Assistant Director.
Seconded?
Okay, any other comments? All those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Kristen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, Kristen. Good night, Jenny.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to move to item 9, Chief Minority, approval of ethics disclosure. So, Chief? I don't know. I mean, I think this one's pretty easy for us. I don't know if you have any comments, but we had it in our packet. Personally, I think it's...
Yeah, Todd Minardi, Police Chief. I actually came here tonight just in case there was any questions or comments you wanted from me about the activity at the Rotary, but the ethics documents that are before you were provided to me from counsel from Mass Chiefs as a suggestion that they be completed by police chiefs across the state due to some recent ethics rulings, apparently. I don't know exactly what those rulings were, so I simply filled them out and sent them to Christie.
Yeah, so one of them, because you're the appointing authority, one of them you have to approve an open session. The other one just needs to be filed with you, but they're both similar in that Chief Minardi develops his budget, which includes his own personal salary, and then he argues for it. I did reach out to town council because it's a very narrow view that in terms of ethics, and especially that it's applying to police chiefs. So I think there is some additional work to be done, but given that Chief Minardi's been advised to do this, it doesn't hurt for you to accept it.
Well, that's my view. I don't think it hurts.
No.
I mean, what he puts in there is a contract that we negotiate with
Right.
you, so
Exactly.
we're gonna be looking at
Yeah.
that.
I
to
mean,
make
I
sure it's-
questioned it myself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think you answered my question was, this is only specific to the police. So
It's based on my understanding is it's based on a case that was recently decided that was specifically had to do with a police chief. It's not practical, so I don't suspect that it will expand to all department heads. I think that probably there'll be some clarification in the future, but given where we are in the budget process, it just makes sense
So it's
to move
likely
this
something
forward.
right now that probably every year you'd have to go through this, unfortunately.
So as an appointing official is required by general law, chapter 268A, section 19, the select board has reviewed the particular matter and the financial interest identified above by Police Chief Todd Minardi, and we have determined that the financial interest is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the municipality may expect from him.
Second.
And moved and seconded. All those in favor? 5-0,
Thanks,
5 being
Chief.
present. Chief? Yeah, if you want to hang around, I think, just in case there's things, but basically, I will introduce this again. If you remember from our last meeting in issues and correspondence, I mentioned that myself and the town manager had received an email from a resident with concerns about the protests taking part on the Westborough Rotary, concerns specifically with the safety of the pedestrians and motorists. And we've had other concerns raised to the board by this. What we worked through was really reaching out to town council. We had reached out to them in July of 2025, and that was in our packet. When we first received those concerns, we did follow up again to see if there were any kind of changes or anything new from town council. Basically is in our packet. What we get back from town council was that basically town council is advising us at the board not adopt any policies, so basically allow things to remain as is at this point in time. I should state that in the letter, the person wasn't, I think there was some concerns because we did receive, and I want to acknowledge and thank people for the number of emails we received about this agenda item. I do want to say the individual that sent the note was not about saying I want these things to stop. It was basically anything happening on the Rotary. Is there a different place that we could find, say, for example, in front of the Forbes building or whatever? Our concern was, though, really, and what town council looked at is, again, thinking about First Amendment rights and other things. Are we, what, his advice would be for us, or what their advice would be for us. I think here, with what I just saw back from town council is that I am quite comfortable that we don't do anything in terms of adopting any type of policy. So basically, continue as is at this time. Open up as any comments or questions.
Yeah, and I support your comments. I guess in the spirit of understanding it's getting late tonight, I do question whether or not there is any opportunity here to, and this maybe the chief could help us with, is there any opportunities to improve the safety of it? Some of the comments made in that letter in regards to residents reaching out into traffic, pedestrians stepping into a crosswalk that you actually can't even see right now. The paint's pretty much completely gone from it.
It's closed. Yeah.
Okay, so I know it was closed for a while, but the sign was down. I don't know if it's back up again, but do we? Are there things that we can do to help improve that? I do not want to prohibit or limit in any way that location for the right for public speech.
Chief, any comments? That you're here.
Todd Minardi, Police Chief. I agree that, they have a right to be there. I've had a lot of conversations with the town manager over this. I get emails and phone calls on both sides of the issue as well. It's a constitutional right to peacefully protest, and it's a public space. But citizens also have a right to be able to travel safely and get through the Rotary safely. So it really comes down to the fact that if ultimately what would be the safest thing is to close the Rotary to traffic. That obviously, if we're going to be doing that every Saturday or every Sunday or every Tuesday, whatever it is for whoever's going to be there, there's other issues associated with that. There's staffing, there's cost, there's overtime, there's I do try to assign staff that are on duty to monitor the area when anything's going on in the Rotary, when we have people available. But frankly, just having a police car or an officer visible isn't necessarily going to stop somebody from walking out in a crosswalk or going to slow a vehicle down. Or so safety, the most advantageous way of doing it is to close the road to traffic. So
We've done the their protesting doesn't reach anybody.
Yeah.
Can I?
Oh, go ahead. No, go.
No,
Can I
you
ask-
started, Shelby.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, like Patrick, I don't want to limit anyone from being out there. I think people have to use common sense. If you're a pedestrian, you need to be careful when you're crossing the road. I was just at Roach Brothers the other night, and a person was walking through the parking lot across the roadway in the crosswalk, head down on a phone. Didn't even look up. So people need to not be stupid. Go in the crosswalks, cross when it's safe. It's a little bit like Frogger, even when you're in the crosswalk there. It is our rotary. Use common sense. If you're on the rotary, don't stick your hands out. Don't, just enjoy the space there. I think by and large, everything I've heard, everything I've seen is that they've been peaceful. Is it a distraction when you're driving through? Sure it is. Of course it is. That's the point of protesting. That is. So go a little slower. It's a couple hours, and I appreciate the concern that's been raised, and it's a reinforcement of like let's not make big deals out of things that aren't big deals.
Yep. Thank you. Mark?
I was going to ask, has there been any accidents or any?
Not related to any type of rallies or protests that I'm aware of. We have incidents in the Rotary
Just the
on
other
a
day.
regular basis, just at the regular course of
Right, but
traffic or activity, but.
Okay, but nothing that you would attribute to
the
the.
gatherings have been peaceful. They've been well managed. They have volunteers that try to help with pedestrian traffic. They communicate with us. But there's different groups at different times as well, so.
So I'm actually kind of proud of these people. They've been at it for several months now, and they're trying to do something, right? And I think there's a lot of people out there that are frustrated.
Well, I
don't see the point of asking them to move to Bay State Green where nobody's going to see them, their signs. So I do think that, from my understanding, they've undergone training to try and have people designated as safety monitors to make sure that everybody stays within certain constraints. And so this is some of the letters that I've gotten that say that even though there's no one group behind this, that they're making an effort to ensure safety. And I don't see how we could tell somebody, you can.
Yeah, and I think
you can have flags there one day, but you can't have a sign against.
No, and I agree. And I think that's what council said. And I think it really is, it's for everybody. Anybody on any side of an issue is
That's
free to
important, yes.
do it. It's not any one group. I think what we came back with, and the chief actually said it.
100%.
I can.
I think anybody who advocates for something they believe in to this degree, deserves.
As long as they do it legally.
As long as they do it legally.
So,
Okay.
anybody have any disagreement? But I think right now we just go under advice of council and things continue as they have been, and we move forward. Awesome. Chief,
Thanks for showing up for this, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Okay, now we're going to move back to item 7, affordable housing. We have two things on here. One's a purchase option, the other's a refinance. Chris, I don't know if you have anything. We have the information in our packet. I don't know if you have anything to add. Or...
No, all I would say is that these are two pretty routine votes that the board takes, and now that we have the Affordable Housing Trust, they actually take the vote first, and then they recommend to you to take a similar vote. So tonight it's to allow the trust to act as agent related to the potential purchase of affordable unit at Bradish Lane, and then the approval of the refinancing at 3 Stagecoach Circle.
Yep. Thanks for saying that. So it really is, we have the materials, but just for the public, there is an affordable unit at 1012 Bradish Lane. Because the manager, which is the EOHLC, may not be able to secure an eligible buyer within the required time frame, the trust would vote unanimously to recommend that the town exercise its purchase option if necessary. And the trust approved the motions that we will talk through. It basically, as Christie said, would be the town authorizing through the trust acting as agent to do that and appropriating a sum of money, $215,600, it sounds like, plus associated costs and fees for the potential purchase. Again, this is what we've done in the past.
It looks like Alan is on. I don't know.
Oh, but
from the trust.
fees from, just to be clear, these are reserves within the authority.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
We're not authorizing.
Yep. And the second piece is a refinance request. So it's the LIP program, or local initiative program, request to refinance the affordable unit 3 Stagecoach Circle, unit 11. And the trust voted unanimously to approve the refinance request as submitted, and looking for us for authorization. So just so folks in the public know what we're doing here, I'll open up for questions, or if not, I'd look for a motion.
I don't understand the refinance request. The first one I'm clear on. Someone explain that to me, or maybe Alan's on if
He is
still-
on, but yeah, I mean,
Do you know, Christie?
I mean, generally, I know that the board has to approve the refinancing of an affordable unit.
Yes.
So if you want more details,
Who's refinancing?
The homeowner.
the owner.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But for them to refinance, because they're unaffordable, so it goes to this local
Oh,
initiative.
right.
We just
We've
have
done
to.
that before. Okay,
Yes.
got it. I'm
Yeah.
clear. Thank you. Yeah.
Motion?
Yes.
Move to authorize the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust to act on the town's behalf to exercise the town's purchase option for 1012 Bradish Lane if the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities is unable to secure an eligible purchaser within the required period, and approve the appropriation of $215,600 plus related costs for the potential purchase. And further, to approve the local initiative program refinance request for 3 Stagecoach Circle Unit 11 as submitted.
Seconded?
I move in second. Any other comments or questions? Not all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you. Okay, next we move to item 11, which is the request to approve the meeting minutes of November 18th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any comments,
Delayed
questions, revisions? Seeing none, all
Thank
those
you,
in
Amanda.
favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Echo that. Thank you, Amanda. As always. Town manager report.
Very brief. So the Capital Planning Expenditure Planning Committee is wrapping up their work in the next couple of weeks. They're meeting tomorrow with the fire department. It's the last department to come before them, and then they'll hold their final meeting on the 10th. For the Regional Emergency Communication Center, last night the ZBA approved the site plan for the project. Also, today we held our first meeting with Vertex, who is our new owner's project manager. So they're working on a review of work completed to date, and they'll issue a report in January. And then we anticipate, once they've done that, holding another public meeting just to invite folks in to get a more detailed update on the project. And then for the senior center, Bunny Perrin turned 104 and was pinned by Boston Post cane, given to the oldest resident of each town, which the board was there for. And then also senior center supporters held a successful holiday fair at the senior center. Westborough Youth and Family and the Rotary Club are hosting a holiday store for low-income families. Applications are asked to be received by December 5th. And then handyman Mike Swan retired, and he'll be missed by staff and residents.
Thank you. Okay, issues and correspondence, select board. Patrick.
Christy covered the two that I was going to bring up, so. No, that's okay. Good, you did a great job, so.
Great,
thank you.
thanks. Sean.
The 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee is meeting weekly on Mondays. The next one's at 5 p.m. this coming Monday. At the most recent meeting, Laura Crawford, our Economic Development Coordinator, and Jen Kirkland, our Recreation Director, joined, and we're very supportive. They are also potentially doing something for this Committee with the block party. And then second, the Economic Development Committee is also looking at activities throughout next year and looking to bring people into town to support local businesses. So they came and talked about those ideas with us, and look forward to more discussion related to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby?
Yes, EDC met today. Several new businesses coming into town. Typically, I'm not going to list them here, but typically our economic development coordinator lists those in her newsletter. So the December one isn't out yet. I would anticipate that being there, but I would encourage board members and the public to go to the EDC website to look at those newsletters. There's lots of little nuggets in there. And we approve the, I guess, slate of nominations for the award ceremony for recognizing various businesses and Civic Pride Award, et cetera. And the event, if everyone would like to mark their calendars, is January 30th. January 30th is, Friday, January 30th is the date of the EDC Annual Awards Breakfast. Okay? That's it.
Across the street.
Yes, at the Great Hall, yes. Mhm.
Mark?
I think the Affordable Housing Trust met, and other than the Bradish Lane, we agreed to revisit our concept plans for the HB cottages based upon the community feedback meeting. And so we've basically scaled down the density, and we'll come back out with revised proposals for those and meet with do another community neighborhood meeting. The Community Preservation Committee met. We have received I believe it was six preliminary applications. 5 are eligible for funding, 1 was not. I won't get into the red tape that why it isn't, but so we have 5 proposals that will go to the second round and do a formal application and presentation at a meeting in I believe January we scheduled. So that's exciting. We did get this year's numbers on the basically we got 68,000 from the state, and total revenues were all right, we got 405 from the surcharge and 405,000 from the surcharge and another 68,000 from the state. So
That's just this year?
that's just this year. We've got about, including that, I think we're up to about 1.8 million. So we'll start approving some projects, hopefully at Springtown meeting. So,
Great.
Thank you.
and I would say, look forward to more details on those as we get further in. So I won't go through all of those. Tuesday night is the design public meeting for the East Main Street improvements. That's at 6 o'clock at Town Hall. If you're interested in feedback, I'm going to try and make that. Also Tuesday night, the QPR Institute is doing gatekeeper training. A gatekeeper is somebody who's trained to recognize suicidal tendencies. So if you're interested in that training, that's at the high school. Thursday, the 11th, you can go to the library for holiday gift wrapping. If you've got your shopping done already by the 11th, God bless you, because I do not. Next Saturday, the 13th, is the ski swap. That is a Westborough Athletic supporter fundraiser. That's at 9 a.m. at Hastings Elementary. Busy Saturday because on the 6th is the Evergreen Fair at the Congregational Church. And you can meet Santa on the 6th and the 7th at Sugar Shack. And last but not least, on this Saturday from 9 to 1, the Westborough Historical Society is doing a holiday bazaar. And I believe that's at 13 Parkman Street at their Sibley House. And I think that's all I have.
Great.
Busy December.
Thank you. Just real quick, we did have our finance team meeting yesterday. Talk was really just about, as you can imagine, about the budgets, school and town, just kind of went through the work the school is doing and process. A reminder that we do have our budget hearing meeting coming up on Thursday, the all-day meeting on Thursday, January 29th. Invitations went out for that. And also just reiterated what came out of our budget summit earlier this year, that we're looking for the town and the school side to come back with level service budgets as was requested at that meeting. So just reiterated that. And last night was Trustees of Soldiers Memorials. Unfortunately, I was not able to make the meeting, but did have conversations with the chair ahead of time. One of the agenda items was just a question about the naming of the cemetery, which we did tonight. I indicated that we would be doing that tonight, and it really is an interest on their side, as we've talked about before, of the monument, which if you guys haven't seen it, it's just beautiful, up at the new Westland Cemetery, and just they're interested in working again with the veterans, is also with the town about the dedication naming ceremony, but also a dedication of the monument up there, and the appropriate timing for that, which I'm assuming will probably be in the spring, maybe around Memorial Day or something like that. So more to come on that, and we'll work through that. And then final thing is I am going to be a representative on December 16th at Bagels with the Board at 9:30 a.m. So I encourage folks, the seniors, to attend at the Senior Center and have a discussion with myself, and I'm not sure who I'm with. I can look at my note. I think I am with Chief Minardi. So should be a good conversation. Hope folks can attend to that. And is there anything we need to do an executive session tonight? So we are postponing executive session. We will have that rescheduled later date. So at this point, yes, thank you, Westborough TV. Multiple folks, apologies for folks at home watching for being on so late, but it really was an important meeting, a very important meeting, going over a number of things. So appreciate folks' patience with us this evening, and I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.